Chapter 532. After passing through the snake-scaled door, Zhou Xuanji's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a forest. The trees around him were very tall, and even the flowers and grass were taller than him. He felt as if he had come to a country of giants. "Follow me." After that, he walked in front of Zhou Xuanji and led the way. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Where is this? Who are we going to meet?" He could feel the demonic aura all around him, varying in strength. "This is the demon realm. I will bring you to the demon emperor to discuss the plan to deal with the demonic emperor." Snake Lord Qingshi replied calmly. There was no hint of coercion in his tone. When he mentioned the demonic emperor and the demonic emperor, his expression did not change. It was as though he was talking about two insignificant people. Demon emperor? Zhou Xuanji was suddenly interested. He had been to the demon realm, and now he had come to the beast realm. He was very curious. Were the demon realm and the demon realm counted as the boundless world? Or were they part of the boundless world? Along the way, he saw many demons. Some were in human form, and some were not. When they saw Snake Lord Qingshi, they all prostrated themselves on the ground and bowed. After passing through the forest, Snake Lord Qingshi flew into the distance, and Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind him. After some time, they arrived in front of an enormous palace. This palace was dazzling with gold and jade, and the gate was 100 zhang tall. There were 2 black qilins lying on the ground, and even though they were lying on the ground, they were still taller than the palace gate. Their eyes were filled with an oppressive feeling. The door suddenly opened, and Zhou Xuanji followed Snake Lord Qingshi in. A violent gale blew from within the palace, and Zhou Xuanji's black hair danced wildly in the wind. He narrowed his eyes and saw a figure looking at him from the depths of the palace. Demon Emperor. He sat on the high platform, wearing a dark purple imperial robe. His red hair was coiled under the black crown of the flood dragon, and 2 strands of red hair fell down his cheeks. His handsome face was indifferent, and his eyes flickered with evil light. There was a large painting hanging on the wall behind him. On the painting, there was a qilin-like demon stepping on a phoenix and a golden dragon, with a vermilion bird in its mouth. It looked ferocious, and the painting exuded a boundless aura. Other than the demon emperor, there was no one else in the hall. Zhou Xuanji and Snake Lord Qingshi came up to the platform. Snake Lord Qingshi cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, Zhou Xuanji has arrived. He encountered Great Emperor Dao Court Xian Daoya on the way, and I have forced him to retreat." The Beast Emperor nodded calmly. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "The Snake Lord should have told you why I invited you here. Do you want to know why we chose you?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and stared at the Beast Emperor. The Demon Emperor said, "You are from the northern wilderness, which means that you are the descendant of the demonic emperor. You are the strongest person in the northern wilderness region in the past 10,000 years. The demonic emperor can only control people from the northern wilderness who are less than 10,000 years old. With your talent, the demonic emperor must be crazy to obtain you. How much do you know about the demonic emperor?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. Speaking of which, he did not know much about the demonic emperor. They only knew that he was evil and came from the northern wilderness region. He did not understand the demonic emperor. Logically speaking, the demonic emperor should be Lu Wuji's junior, and he was younger than Mo Jiuqing. How could he strike fear into the hearts of people in the Wanshan Great Thousand? The demonic emperor's original body came from the first being, when the heavenly law first appeared. He failed in the struggle to become a saint and fell in the cycle of reincarnation. After countless years, he finally awakened in the northern wilderness region. He became even more ruthless than before, and in order to become a saint, he decided to sacrifice all lives and walk the path of an overlord saint. He has already obtained demon god Jinkuan's corpse, and has the most powerful physique below the heavenly saints. He will soon return to the Wanshan Great Thousand. Our beast realm is a vassal of the Wanshan Great Thousand, and if the Wanshan Great Thousand is destroyed, the beast realm will cease to exist. We believe that the demonic emperor will come to find you. We will give you a treasure to use when he comes to find you." The beast emperor looked at Zhou Xuanji and spoke slowly. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What does the demonic emperor want to do with me?" The beast emperor replied, He will turn you into his slave and have you fight for him in all worlds. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and felt that there was something off about this boy. His eyes widened and his breathing became ragged as he said, "You fused with the violet demon monarch heart? Isn't that supreme treasure on Wuwang? Wait, could it be that the violet demon monarch heart has already been split? Very good. This fellow dares to hide it from us." Towards the end, a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's your relationship with Great Emperor Wuwang? This fellow couldn't be thinking of stealing his heart, right? Great Emperor Wuwang was our subordinate. Without our support he would have died long ago. He promised that if he split a new violet demon monarch heart, he would definitely give it to us." The Beast Emperor's gaze became colder and colder. It was evident that he was truly angry. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Don't worry. Since the violet demon monarch heart is already yours, we will not take it by force. This enmity is a private matter between we and Wuwang." Zhou Xuanji was a bit doubtful. What if this fellow wanted to take it after defeating the demonic emperor? The Beast Emperor raised his right hand, and a red orb appeared in his palm. There was a ball of intense flames within the orb, and it seemed to contain boundless might. This orb is called the evil-slaying soul orb. When the demonic emperor controls you, he will sacrifice his soul into your body. When the time comes, you can use this orb to heavily injure his soul. When we sense the ripples from the evil-slaying soul orb, we will immediately come to support you and kill the demonic emperor," the Beast Emperor said with a powerful voice. After that, he tossed the evil-slaying soul orb to Zhou Xuanji. After catching the orb, Zhou Xuanji asked hesitantly, "Is it really that easy? If it was so easy, how could the demonic emperor have lived to this day?" The Beast Emperor replied, "This orb only appears once every 1,000,000 years. Using it will heavily injure the user's soul, and those with weak cultivation cannot use it. Out of the northern wilderness people that the demonic emperor found, only you have the right to use it. If it was our subordinate, the demonic emperor would definitely not fall for it. We promise that after this, we will help you nurture your soul and help you become stronger. You can choose any divine ability in the beast realm." Zhou Xuanji almost cursed it out. As expected, nothing good came out of it. "Trying to trick me?" He narrowed his eyes and said, "Looks like I don't have a choice." The Beast Emperor sighed and said, "There's no other way. It's too difficult to defeat the demonic emperor, so we can only rely on you. This is a meritorious deed to save the world. I hope you can trust us." Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile and said, "Then I'll accept it. Can you help me become stronger first?" The Beast Emperor said, "Of course. Snake Lord, take him to settle down first. We will think of a way to help him become stronger." Snake Lord Qingshi nodded. From the beginning to the end, his expression did not change much. Following this, he brought Zhou Xuanji and left the palace. The man and the demon walked on without saying anything. In the end, Zhou Xuanji stayed in a building. After Snake Lord Qingshi left, Zhou Xuanji took out the ancient god sword and asked about the evil-slaying soul orb. "It's not just heavily injured. It's possible that he'll turn into dust." Sovereign Xian coldly harumphed and said, "As expected, this beast emperor is as insidious and cunning as ever. The reason why the beast race is where it is today is because of his insidiousness that he made so many enemies." Beast Lord Ryuan said, "Let me out. I have enmity with the beast emperor to settle. I'll take possession of a body in the beast realm and hide here, waiting for an opportunity to kill him. In the future, as the lord of the beast race, I'll definitely help you." Chapter 533. In response to Demon Lord Ryuan's request, Zhou Xuanji asked, "You can possess a beast emperor right under his nose?" He was not afraid of the higher being's soul attacking him in the future, as the ancient god sword still contained the higher being's soul. He could have the sword spirit destroy the soul within the sword and heavily injure it before killing it with a single strike. As long as he didn't say anything, the souls of the powerful beings would never know about this. Since I dared to make this request, I naturally have confidence. Don't worry. Demon Lord Ryuan said confidently. He was not the most talkative of the 9 souls. He was only slightly more talkative than Venerable Xian and Tao Lord Xiantian. Zhou Xuanji immediately asked the sword spirit to split his soul. He didn't have a good impression of the demon Arch. This person looked dignified, but he was actually full of evil tricks. Since Demon Lord Ryuan wanted to deal with the demon Arch, he would fulfill his wish. Not long after, Demon Lord Ryuan's soul appeared before him, and he cupped his fists. I will never forget this favor. I hereby swear that I will never be your enemy. After saying this, Demon Lord Ryuan disappeared as a streak of light. Zhou Xuanji smiled and closed his eyes to cultivate. There were too many experts in the demon realm. Even with demon god Tianwu, it would not be easy for him to force his way out. He might as well wait here. Let's see what the demon Arch is going to do. It would be best if he could really give us a fortuitous encounter. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Snake Lord Qingshi did not come, and neither did the Yao Emperor. Although Zhou Xuanji suspected that something was amiss, he was not too worried. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 250 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Heaven's Essence, Heaven's Punishment Sword, Heavenly Sword Descent. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. Universe Essence Legendary Sword. Ordinary ore, iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, god slaying, apocalypse, ancient gazing, disaster releasing, universe essence overturning heaven, heavenly piercing, 9 extremities chaos. The fact that Qin Yuan possessed a power that surpassed disaster releasing was just in time. However, could it be related to his birthday that he could draw the universe divine sword? Idiot, he shook his head and smiled. Information about the sky punishing sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Heaven Punishing Sword level. Heaven description: a sword forged from the Heaven Punishment Stone. It has the tyrannical power to split the 5 elements and reverse yin and yang. To use this sword, one must be at least at Universe Heaven level 7. He immediately took out the Heaven Punishing Sword. The center of the sword was silver, and the blade was blood red, as if it had just experienced a massacre. The hilt of the sword was exquisite. It looked like it was formed by 2 palms side by side, and it gave off a baleful aura. With this sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji felt an inexplicable murderous intent. Good sword. He is worthy of the name Xing Tian. Zhou Xuanji praised. The domineering power contained within the sky-judging sword made him feel as if he had entered the divine moon mode. In the Abyss Pearl mainland, when he used the mystic moon state, he was invincible. Was this feeling coming again? Then he began to inherit the falling heavenly sword. This was a sword Dao divine ability that could condense a heavenly sword that would descend from the sky and catch the enemy off guard. In order to use this divine ability, one had to lock onto the enemy's aura. This way, the heavenly sword would chase after the enemy until the heavenly sword dissipated. The lethality of the heavenly sword was comparable to World Suppressor, which made him very satisfied. This 250th birthday was quite a pleasant surprise. 3 days later, the demon Arch finally came knocking. Seeing him, Zhou Xuanji sat on the bed and said with a smile, I thought you forgot about me. The demon Arch did not feel awkward and said seriously, we went to find a supreme treasure for you and finally found it. He took out a palm-sized lotus seat that looked like it was made of green jade. This is the 24-rank deep black lotus. It has great defense and can seal enemies. The demon Arch threw the lotus seat to Zhou Xuanji before leaving these words. After you make it recognize you as its owner, we will send Snake Lord Qingshi to send you back. If you stay in the demon realm for too long, you might miss the demonic emperor. Zhou Xuanji played with the 24-rank deep black lotus and wanted to see how powerful it was. He scanned it with his divine sense and was shocked to find that there was an independent world hidden in the 24-rank deep black lotus. It was a beautiful place with no living creatures. If I let Emperor Sword Court live here? His eyes brightened, and his heart skipped a beat. This was a good idea. From now on, he would not be separated from his family, and could nurture Emperor Sword Court at any time. However, he had to be careful if the demon Arch left any traps behind. After making sure that the demon Thearcha's aura was not there, he took out the ancient god sword and asked about the 24-rank deep black lotus. Sovereign Xian was the first to speak. He has invested a lot. The 24-rank Deep Black Lotus originally had 36 ranks, and 12 ranks had disappeared due to the battle between the powerful beings. He could not have done anything to the lotus, because it is formed from the fate of heaven and earth. Any power or will that does not belong to its owner will be destroyed upon entering it. As long as you make the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus recognize you as its owner, he will not be able to take it from you unless you die. Zhou Xuanji heard him and felt relieved. He forced out his essence blood and dripped it into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. In an instant, his consciousness came to the world within the lotus. He stood on a tall mountain and looked down at the mountains and lakes. The majestic scenery was like a painting, epic and grand. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the spiritual qi here was very dense, not inferior to the Center God province. With a thought, every corner of this world was reflected in his eyes. It was very suitable for survival. In the outside world, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and smiled as he mumbled, "This is a great gift indeed." He did not thank the demon the arch. The more the demon the arch acted like this, the more it meant that in his heart, Zhou Xuanji was dead for sure. Once he died, the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus would become ownerless again. It did not take him too long to make the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus recognize him as its owner. His constitution was powerful, and his essence blood was much more tenacious than those at the same cultivation level. He would not be devoured by the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. He got up, picked up the ancient god sword, and walked out of the building. Snake Lord Qingshi was already waiting by the railing. Seeing him walk out, he asked in surprise, "So fast?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Send me back." This trip was not a waste. He had obtained the evil-slaying soul bead and the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. As for the agreement with the demon the arch, he threw it to the back of his mind. He had to kill the demonic emperor, but he would not use the evil-slaying soul bead to do so. Snake Lord Qingshi nodded and left with Zhou Xuanji. The demonic realm, Xian Xianghua, was cultivating in the center of the lake. Ripples continuously appeared on the lake's surface, but they did not make too much noise. A silhouette appeared above her head. It was a white-haired old man. Demonic qi surrounded his body, and his black robes fluttered in the wind. He looked down at Xian Xianghua and said, "The demonic ancestor has ordered for all void extreme immortals to gather at the enchanting palace." Xian Xianghua opened her eyes and asked, "Can you tell me what it is?" The white-haired old man gloomily sighed and said, "Contending to become a saint is incredibly dangerous. You must be careful and do not act alone." Contending to become a saint? Xian Shenghua's gaze became serious and she asked softly, "A heavenly saint has fallen?" The white-haired old man shook his head and said, "Sage Daojing left and gave up his position as a saint. Now, the various worlds of the Wanshan Great Thousand have become restless and are preparing to search for heavenly law violet qi." Chapter 534. Heavenly Law Violet Qi. Xian Xianghua sank into deep thought. The white-haired elder had told her many things about the heavenly saints, so she understood how dangerous this matter was. Every time there was a fight to become a saint, a great thousand world would be affected. No one could avoid it. What about the whereabouts of the heavenly law violet qi? Who didn't want to become a saint? The white-haired elder shook his head and said, "Even the demonic ancestor doesn't know of such an existence. We shouldn't dream about it. It must be those undying existences who are fighting for it. What we need to do is to kill enemies for the demonic ancestor and collect information." Xian Xianghua felt that it made sense. The two of them immediately headed in the same direction. After returning from the beast realm, Zhou Xuanji flew towards the center god province. He didn't fly too fast and waited for Xian Daoya to appear again. This time, he planned to destroy Xian Daoya. As for the great Emperor Dao Court, he would deal with it later. Unfortunately, Xian Daoya did not appear again. 3 months later, he returned to the Divine Cliff unscathed. After returning to the Divine Cliff, he brought Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, and the others back to Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji gathered the higher-ups of Emperor Sword Court and told them about the independent world within the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. Northern Sword Valiant said excitedly, That's great. This way we can always follow Master. Zhao Songjin's eyes lit up. If so, he would have plenty of time to learn the way of the sword from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xiaoxian said excitedly. Then let's move Skyfall in. Han Shenhua, Xiao Jinghong, Huang Lianqin, Finyu Dragon King, and the others spoke up. All of them expressed their agreement. Now, Zhou Xuanji already had the qualifications to become the most powerful cultivator in the Center God province. Following him was naturally safe. Only by following Zhou Xuanji could he quickly become more powerful. Zhou Xuanji knocked on the armrest and said, I have to consider every member of Emperor Sword Court. From today onwards, Emperor Sword Court will no longer take in disciples. Every disciple can bring their loved ones here. 1 year later, I will personally move the mountain. The independent world of the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus was huge, even bigger than the Northern Wilderness region. However, he did not want to take in all the living beings in the Northern Wilderness region. There were no benefits to speak of. He did not owe the Northern Wilderness region anything. Everyone immediately got to work. Zhou Xuanji headed overseas to find the Violet Demon Palace. He waved his right hand and moved the Violet Demon Palace into the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus. Once the Violet Demon Palace disappeared, the seawater rushed into the black hole below. Rumble! The ocean surged, and a terrifying aura emerged from the black hole. Zhou Xuanji saw a pair of blood-red eyes. Dark North Royal Tao, an ancient evil being of the Northern Wilderness region. He raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion. A ball of black gas flew in front of him, and an angry roar came from it. It's you! How could you be so strong? How long has it been? Dark North Monarch Tao was quite terrified. Back when Zhou Xuanji had first come to the Violet Demon Palace, it had noticed this. How much time had passed? Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. From now on, work for me or die. The Dark North Royal Taotai actually had the cultivation of an 8 tribulation scattered immortal. No wonder it was suppressed and sealed. Once it came out, it would slaughter the entire Northern Wilderness region, and no one would be able to stop it. When Lu Wuji ascended, he was only a 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. The Dark North Royal Tao was silent, not daring to resist. Zhou Xuanji was far more powerful than him, and he felt that this fellow could kill him with a single thought. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji also subdued Dark North Monarch Tao. This fellow only had a soul left, and it would take a long time to form a body. Zhou Xuanji put it into the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus, and marked out a forest for it to live in. At the same time, he set up a magic formation so that it could not leave this forest. After doing all of this, he returned to the Divine Cliff, and continued to teach Zhou Xiaoxian. As Sage Daojing left, he could sense that the atmosphere in the Wanshan Great Thousand was becoming more and more severe, and there was an austere aura in the wind. At the border of the Center God province, the boundless wasteland suddenly shook. The soil was flipped over, and the ground cracked as a massive stone door rose up. At the top of the stone door was a demon that looked savage and terrifying, as if it was going to devour the world. The stone door gave off a powerful light, and following this, countless demons flew out from the door. The demon army, the mighty army of evil devils, marched forward without the slightest scruple. Xian Xianghua was also within the demon army. She looked around, and even though the sky had become dark because of the demonic qi, she still felt a sense of familiarity. Center God Province. She immediately thought of Zhou Xuanji. She wondered how that boy was doing. She really wanted to see him. Her eyes were cold. She did not leave the army, but moved forward with it. Numerous demonic dragons that were tens of thousands of meters long flew out from the stone door. Their scales were sharp and looked like sinister armors. Flames burned on their backs, and a scorching aura came out of their mouths. Center God Province, we demons are back. A chilling laughter came from the stone door, shaking the heavens and earth. At the same time, on another land far away, stone doors rose up as well, and countless demons charged out. The beast realm also sent an army. Not only that, there were other races. The barbarian race, shaman race, flame ghost race, earth nether race, and so on. The Wanshan Great Thousand was in chaos. In the Cliff Lord Palace, Yang Yutian sat on the main seat, and the elders and core disciples of the divine cliff stood before him. Zhou Xuanji was among them. Hearing Yang Yutian's words, he frowned deeply. The various races invaded the Wanshan Great Thousand, and were ready to fight for the heavenly law violet qi. Although contending to become a saint is still far away from us, we cannot avoid this disaster. We must be prepared for it. From today onwards, all disciples are not allowed to go out casually. At the same time, we will take turns to guard the various checkpoints outside the divine cliff. Yang Yutian said with a deep voice. His forehead was covered in sweat. Ever since he became the cliff lord, all sorts of disasters came one after another. Now that it involved the entire Great Thousand world, he felt immense pressure. He did not want the divine cliff to be destroyed in his hands. This thought became his greatest pressure. Wuxia asked with a frown. The immortal gods are not going to do anything about this? Yang Yutian sighed. The God Palace's greatest support is the Heavenly Saint, but the Heavenly Saint is already. He didn't say much after that. Everyone understood what he wanted to say. Without the Heavenly Saint, the God Palace would crumble, and only the ancient immortal clan would remain. The ancient immortal clan did not have the power to rule the Great Thousand world alone. Yang Yutian made some arrangements before asking everyone to leave, leaving only Zhou Xuanji to talk. He walked up to Zhou Xuanji and sighed. Brother Zhou, we can only rely on you for this disaster. Zhou Xuanji knitted his brows tightly. He was furious in his heart. Damn! Sage Daojing gave him the heavenly law violet qi. This was a trap. With his cultivation, how long would it take for him to use the heavenly law violet qi to become a saint? During this period of time, someone must have divined the existence of the heavenly law violet qi. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. He hesitated if he should hand over the heavenly law violet qi. I will do my best, Zhou Xuanji said seriously, and Yang Yutian smiled immediately. After that, Zhou Xuanji returned to his residence and told Jiang Shui about this. Jiang Shui did not ask Zhou Xuanji to hand over the heavenly law violet qi immediately. She said, if you hand it over and your enemy obtains it. Chapter 535. Zhou Xuanji felt that what Jiang Shui said made sense. He had many enemies, especially the great Emperor Dao Court and the demonic emperor. If one of them became a saint, wouldn't he be dead for sure? With the Heaven's Path violet aura in his hands, he could at least ensure that his enemies would not be able to become sages. Jiang Shui held his hand and comforted him. Up to this point, we have seen all kinds of storms and waves. You don't have to worry too much. Fight when you need to. If we really face death, we will die together. Handing over the heavenly law violet qi did not mean that Zhou Xuanji had no enemies. Rather than worrying, it was better to seize this opportunity. Zhou Xuanji stroked her hair and smiled as he said, with your words, I can't die. I will definitely become a saint and protect you. With that, he pulled her into his arms. There was only the two of them in the room, and the two of them began to be intimate. The two of them did not tell anyone else about the heavenly Dao violet qi, not even Zhou Shaoxian and the 9 mighty being souls. 6 hours later, Zhou Xuanji left the house and continued to teach Zhou Shaoxian in the forest. In less than half a month, a war broke out at the border of the Center God province. The news of the demon race's invasion spread like wildfire in the Center God province. Giant God Huang Hao led 1 million immortal soldiers to provide reinforcements, but it was said that a demon blocked Giant God Huang Hao's path, and the 1 million immortal soldiers all died. The Center God province started to panic. Zhou Xuanji really wanted to go to the front lines to resist the demon race. He could use the world Buddha art to quickly become stronger. However, before he left, he had to wait for the Emperor Sword Court to be ready before he moved it into the 24-stage Deep Black Lotus. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to one's wishes. Mo Jiuqing suddenly came to find him. The two of them reunited in the woods with Zhou Shaoxian standing beside them. Master went to find Su Qing and was heavily injured by him. Now he and Su Qing have been captured by the demon ancestor and imprisoned in the Demon God Hall. That is the center of the demon race's power in the Great Thousand world. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. No wonder there was no news about the old beggar. He asked, you want to pull me along to save him? Although Mo Jiuqing was no longer the same as before, he was still far inferior to the demon ancestor. Mo Jiuqing's strength had not reached the Ascension Heaven realm, so how could he fight the demon ancestor? All of us have contacted each other, and will head to the demonic shrine. I'm here to inform you. Of course, you can choose not to go. Mo Jiuqing said as he looked into Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Even though the old beggar did not recognize him, he still had a very high position in his heart. Zhou Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up. Demons? Father, didn't you say that Aunt Xian is in the demon race? Bring me along. I also want to participate in the war. Zhou Xuanji glared at her before saying to Mo Jiuqing, give me the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I'll give some instructions. Then, he left with Zhou Xiaoxian. He told Jiang Shui about this matter, and she did not stop him. How could she not help him when he was in danger? Apart from that, he also informed Yang Yutian. Hearing that Zhou Xuanji was going to resist the demon race, Yang Yutian felt very nervous. However, no matter how he tried to persuade him, Zhou Xuanji was determined to go. Jiang Shui and her daughter were still at the Divine Cliff, which meant that Zhou Xuanji had not abandoned the Divine Cliff. Yang Yutian could not stop him. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji followed Mo Jiuqing to the Demon God Palace. Mo Jiuqing condensed a black cloud, and the two of them rode it forward at an extremely fast speed. Do you want to become a saint? Zhou Xuanji asked with a mocking expression. Once upon a time, Mo Jiuqing was almost invincible in his eyes. It turned out that this fellow's cultivation was only Universe Heaven level 10. This meant that Divine Lord Ji was not very powerful. They were still a large stage away from the peak existences of the Wanshan Great Thousand. Mo Jiuqing shook his head and said, if I want to become a saint, I have to live for at least 10 million years, or even longer. I'm still too young. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji and said meaningfully, you have some hope. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked, I'm only 200 years old. Are you sure? Could this fellow have noticed something? Mo Jiuqing said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. That's right. You're only 200 years old, but you've already caught up to me. He felt a bit lonely in his heart. No wonder the old beggar would take Zhou Xuanji as a disciple. The old beggar had a standard for taking in disciples, which was that the new disciple had to be more talented than the old disciple. Otherwise, he would not take in a disciple. Who is the most powerful among our senior apprentice brothers? Can he compare to the demonic ancestor? Zhou Xuanji asked, his tone filled with anticipation. To him, the demonic ancestor must be someone at connecting heaven level 10, and was only one step away from becoming a saint. Mo Jiuqing said, I have not personally witnessed the power of all the senior apprentice brothers, but I am sure of one thing. The demonic ancestor is of the same generation as our revered teacher. Our revered teacher mentioned a few people that we must not offend, and one of them is the demonic ancestor. Zhou Xuanji was astonished. He did not expect the old beggar to have such a powerful background. The same generation as the 10 demon gods? It seemed like he was one of the first living beings after the world was created. No wonder he could nurture so many monstrous disciples. Back to the topic. If you were born a few 100,000 years earlier, you might have been able to become a saint. But now a pity. Mo Jiuqing shook his head and sighed. How many eras does it take for a heavenly saint position to be vacated? We might never be able to wait for the next saint position. The heavenly law had 9 as its limit. The 9 saints could not die under the heavenly law, unless they gave up their saint position, or headed to the void. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and thought to himself, the heavenly law Violet Qi is in my hands. Who wants to become a saint? The demon god palace was located in the wilderness, and was surrounded by mountains. There were countless demons scattered everywhere, and there were all kinds of demons at a glance. From the outside, the demon god palace looked like the head of a flood dragon. It was hundreds of meters tall, and towered over the mountains. Within the palace, the old beggar and northern nethersword devil Su Qing were trapped in adjacent cages. Su Qing was covered with blood, and sat paralyzed on the ground, continuously panting. The old beggar, on the other hand, was lying on the ground with a relaxed posture. This palace was very spacious, and apart from the stone pillars with candles, there was nothing else. There were many totems engraved on the walls, looking like myths and legends. A ball of demonic chi appeared, and a man wearing black armor and a green robe appeared. His face was quite evil, and looked like a fox. There were 2 sharp fangs in his mouth, and he wore a dragon-horned violet crown. He savagely laughed as he looked at the old beggar and said, "You're still not willing to submit? Aren't you afraid that your precious disciple will be possessed by us?" The old beggar scratched his bottom and harumphed as he said, "So be it. He's already crazy anyway." The green-robed man laughed and said, "It's not just this disciple. Your other disciples are coming as well." The old beggar flipped up and frowned as he asked, "What do you mean?" The green-robed man evilly laughed and said, "Don't you remember that you have a disciple from the demon race?" The old beggar's expression fell, and he gritted his teeth as he said, "Very good." He almost coughed up blood. Another disciple had betrayed him. The green-robed man shrugged and smiled as he said, "As long as you help us divine where the demonic emperor and heavenly law violet chi are, you and your disciple can continue to live." The old beggar's expression fell, and he fell into a dilemma. Chapter 536. Facing the threat of the demons, the old beggar finally compromised. He sat on the ground and began divining the whereabouts of the demonic emperor and heavenly law violet chi. The azure-robed man waited patiently with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. He did not know if this old thing was really going to compromise. A long while later, the old beggar said suddenly, "The demonic emperor is in the void, and is very far away from Wanshan Great Thousand. However, he is moving quickly, and is shortening the distance. As for the heavenly law violet chi, I will calculate it again." The azure-robed man squinted his eyes. This meant that the demonic emperor was already charging toward Wanshan Great Thousand. Just in time. A while later, the old beggar opened his eyes and cursed, "Damn. The heavenly law violet chi is actually in Divine Lord Ji's hands. Damn, why is this bastard so lucky?" "Divine Lord Ji. Is that true?" the azure-robed man asked with a deep voice. The old beggar ignored him and cursed Divine Lord Ji in all sorts of ways. Seeing this, the azure-robed man left. The old beggar did not stop cursing for a long while before lying down. He used his right hand as a pillow and thought to himself with his eyes closed, "Brat, you obtained the heavenly law violet chi. It's a pity that you are too young. It's almost impossible for you to become a saint." Late at night, the world was dark. Zhou Xuanji and Imo Jiuqing landed on a tree and looked at the demon god palace. "When do we act?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He could sense many powerful auras. The demon race was indeed the overlord of all worlds. Imo Jiuqing said, "Don't be anxious. Wait for the other senior apprentice brothers to come before we act." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and felt a little strange. Since they were going to wait, why wait here? Were they not afraid of being exposed? The demon race had so many powerful cultivators. Why did they not sense their presence? Zhou Xuanji suddenly smiled and asked, "You seem to be from the demon race too, right?" Imo Jiuqing looked into the distance calmly and said, "That's right. That's why so many people do not tolerate me." Zhou Xuanji took out the 9-moon execution sword and pointed it at him. "I almost fell for your trap," he said. Imo Jiuqing turned around and asked with a frown, "What do you mean?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "To come to the demon god palace to save the old man. We don't need all of our senior brothers and junior brothers to act together. We just need to find the most powerful one. With our cultivation, we will only be holding them back. You're not stupid. There's only one reason, and that is to wipe us all out." Imo Jiuqing smiled when he heard that, and strands of demonic energy wrapped around his body. He sneered, "Since you've already guessed it, why did you still come?" Zhou Xuanji channeled the divine moon's power, and his body glowed with a faint white light. 9 divine moons floated behind him. He smiled and said, "I just want to save that old thing." Becoming stronger at the same time, he immediately condensed a battle flame soul and charged toward Imo Jiuqing. Imo Jiuqing waved his right hand and demonic chi exploded out, turning into a massive black hand that grabbed towards Zhou Xuanji. The sword chi exploded and directly shattered the giant black hand. Bang! The sound of the explosion resounded through the sky, causing countless evil spirits to turn their heads to look at them. Zhou Xuanji and Emo Jiuqing furiously fought. He did not seem to be afraid of startling other demons, and his attacks were bold and unrestrained. 1 billion sword images appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Emo Jiuqing from all directions. As Emo Jiuqing fought with Zhou Xuanji, he also paid attention to the primordial chaos sword Shadow. This kid's strength far exceeds Universe Heaven level 10. Emo Jiuqing frowned and charged toward the ground. 1 billion sword images followed after him. Boom! 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 The ground was bombarded by the sword images. Mountains shattered, dust billowed, and countless trees were submerged. Zhou Xuanji absorbed Emo Jiuqing's magic energy and converted it into celestial energy, which surged endlessly. Looks like this guy is far more powerful than Universe Heaven level 10, Zhou Xuanji thought as he raised his brow. Only a small portion of the primordial chaos sword Shadow hit Emo Jiuqing, but he still absorbed a lot of magic energy. At this moment, countless demons charged toward him from all directions. They covered the sky and ground, and roars resounded. Their roars filled the entire heavens and earth. Zhou Xuanji activated the Emperor's Way 1,000-hand sword Buddha straightaway. A 1,000-hand sword Buddha, that was 60,000 meters tall, materialized and charged toward the Demon God Palace. The Demon God Palace trembled violently. In the cage, the old beggar opened his eyes and said in shock, "This aura. Why is that brat here?" "Nonsense." The Northern Nether Sword Devil Su Qing, who was beside him, was also awakened. He roared wildly and punched the ground with both fists, causing the ground to tremble. The old beggar's heart was in turmoil. He wanted to break out of the cage, but could not do so. There was a special restriction in the cage, that even someone as powerful as him could not break out. The old beggar gritted his teeth and clapped his palms together as he began chanting a strange incantation. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha was unstoppable and came closer and closer to the Demon God Palace. Even with its 1,000 arms flailing wildly, countless demons crawled on its body, almost covering its golden radiance. Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply within the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. He used Sword Chi Sword to repel wave after wave of demons, but he felt that he could not kill them all. What's with these demons? Can't they be killed? He mumbled to himself. He was prepared to release Demon God Tianwu at any time. The powerful beings in the Demon God Palace were still preparing to move out. To save the old beggar, he could no longer blame himself for hiding Demon God Tianwu. "Humph! You are the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji?" A cold snort came, sounding as heavy as thunder. The azure-robed man appeared with dozens of powerful demons. The one with the weakest aura was at Universe Heaven. The azure-robed man's cultivation was the most profound and unfathomable. Zhou Xuanji scanned him with his divine sense and guessed that he was at Connecting Heaven. Even malicious Buddha could not compare to him. The azure-robed man raised his arms and billowing azure flames rose up behind him, forming a blazing azure sun. It had a diameter of 100,000 meters and pierced through the clouds, floating above the Demon God Palace. In front of this azure sun, all existences seemed incredibly small. Even Zhou Xuanji's heart thumped in fear. He could sense that this azure sun contained terrifying energy. If it exploded out, he would not even have a chance to escape. What is this fellow trying to do? Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought to himself. Going all out right from the start? Could he not be so shameless? The azure-robed man's voice once again sounded out. "Remember, the one who killed you is the demon race's Azure Demon Emperor." After speaking, countless demons flew out from the azure sun. They were like a wild storm, giving off massive sounds as they leapt at Zhou Xuanji. So it was like that. The demons here were all created by the Azure Demon Emperor. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flashed as he flipped his right hand, and the Wind God sword appeared in his left hand. His aura once again grew, and the 1,000-hand sword Buddha swung its sword, slaughtering the demon army. Boom! 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 The demons continuously slammed into the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. Even though they were destroyed, there were simply too many of them, and they quickly forced the 1,000-hand sword Buddha into retreat. Those two swords are quite good. The Azure Demon Emperor floated in the air and said as he thought to himself. The dozens of demons beside him started to chat. Should we act? Don't be in such a hurry. The real enemy has not come yet. This boy is not simple. He can actually block His Majesty's attack. That's because His Majesty is not serious, alright? Chapter 537. Rumble. The demon army turned into a black flood and suppressed the thousand-hand sword Buddha, causing Zhou Xuanji to leave the demon god palace. Damn it! I can't get away at all. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and thought with a grave expression. He could barely maintain the stability of the thousand-hand sword Buddha. If the thousand-hand sword Buddha was destroyed, the evil spirits that were swarming in from all directions would not give him a chance to escape. Right at this moment, a beam of light tore through the turbid sky and descended upon the thousand-hand sword Buddha at an extremely fast speed. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji felt a massive wave of energy flowing into his body. This feeling was familiar. It was as if he had returned to the mystic moon state in the Abyss Pearl mainland. The powerful and overbearing power made him let out a long howl. Bang! The thousand-hand sword Buddha shattered, and Zhou Xuanji, whose body was shining with golden light, appeared. He held two swords in his hands, and legendary swords appeared out of thin air, circling around him at high speed. Sword Sect Immortal Go Sweep. Zhou Xuanji let go of the Wind God's sword and held the cultivation-absorbing demon sealer in his left hand. Facing the endless demon army, he did not retreat and instead advanced, charging forward without any fear. His sword was extremely fast, and his sword chi was vast and mighty. None of the evil spirits could withstand his sword chi. He dashed towards the demonic hall. Sword light flashed, and he became the most eye-catching existence in the world. The Azure Demonic Emperor exclaimed in bewilderment. He turned to look at the demonic deity palace, and instantly guessed that it was the old beggar's doing. Even though this fellow was imprisoned, he was still able to support his disciple. He was indeed powerful. Azure Demon Emperor smirked and waved his right hand, and the massive azure flaming sun pressed down towards Zhou Xuanji. Rumble. The green flaming sun exploded with a horrifying suction force like a black hole. Zhou Xuanji quickly stopped, but he could only slow down and could not turn around. What is this thing? Zhou Xuanji's heart shuddered. Not only could the azure flaming sun create demons, but it could also absorb living creatures. Could it be that I would become a demon after being sucked in? He immediately executed the 10,000 ultimate steps in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, it was impossible. In next to no time, he fell into the green flaming sun and vanished. The Azure Demon Emperor did not smile. Instead, he yelled, "Yang Sha, since you're already here, why aren't you showing yourself? It seems like your relationship with your junior brother isn't good." Rumble. The black clouds parted, and a dazzling light shone down. A domineering godlike figure descended with a magnificent aura. His countenance was calm, and his eyes shone with a divine light. He was clad in golden armor and looked majestic. He stared at the Azure Demon Emperor and spoke. "Azure Demon Emperor, do you know what the price for daring to capture my master is?" The Azure Devil Emperor laughed with disdain. "The price is that you'll be accompanying your master." His entire body ignited with green flames, and he turned into a sharp arrow that shot forward. Within the azure flaming sun, Zhou Xuanji levitated in the air with his legendary sword circling around him. All he could see were azure flames, and the light was dim. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword and looked around. He wanted to break out, but he found that it was impossible. He didn't panic, and started absorbing the green flames to strengthen his battle path flame soul. Very soon, many demons attacked from all directions. Each of them looked ferocious and terrifying. Even the weakest among them was a void extreme immortal. Zhou Xuanji allowed the battle flame soul to absorb the azure flames, while he slashed with the cultivation-absorbing demonic sealer to slay evil. Since he couldn't escape, he would become stronger here. He frantically exorcised demons. 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000, 10 million. He realized that something was off. He couldn't kill all of these demons, but the cultivation-absorbing demonic sealers, sword chi, had become much stronger. He finally understood why this place was so terrifying. It was because he couldn't kill all of these demons. If it was any other creature, they would have died sooner or later. However, he had world internalization and the cultivation-absorbing demonic sealer, which made him stronger and stronger. As his cultivation grew stronger, so did the battle path flame soul. To him, this place was the best place for cultivation. Don't celebrate too early. The further you go, the more powerful the demons will be. Eventually, there will be demons even more powerful than the Azure Devil Emperor, Sovereign Xian said in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Sovereign Xian said in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He seemed to understand Azure Demon Emperor very well, causing Emperor Zhao to ask about Azure Demon Emperor's background. The Azure Devil Emperor had lived for countless years and was considered an ancient existence. In the demon realm, the Azure Devil Emperor's strength was ranked in the top 10. The demonic ancestor was undoubtedly the strongest. Is there a way to break out of this? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could also sense that the demons were becoming stronger. The rate at which the demons were becoming stronger was much faster than the rate at which his cultivation was growing. Either you keep running and wait for someone to break in from the outside, or you use absolute power to break in from the inside, Sovereign Xian replied. His words made Zhou Xuanji frown. It seemed like he really had to use demon god Tianwu. Boom! A horrifying explosion came, and Zhou Xuanji's ears were ringing. He looked up and saw that the darkness was broken through, and a violent gale came in from the outside. He was overjoyed and immediately dashed out. At the same time, Yang Sha and the Azure Devil Emperor were fighting on the surface of the sun. Yang Sha held a spear with red tassels and a halberd. He defended against the Azure Devil Emperor while attacking the sun. Seeing a large hole in the sun, the Azure Devil Emperor was enraged. His hands turned into claws and clawed at Yang Sha. Yang Sha displayed the domineering aura of an undefeatable war god. No matter how powerful the demonic might was, the spear and halberd could destroy it. Zhou Xuanji leaped up from behind him and saw the battle between Yang Sha and the Azure Devil Emperor. Yang Sha is your senior apprentice brother, Sovereign Xian said in surprise. Before Zhou Xuanji could ask, Emperor Zhao asked who Yang Sha was. Sovereign Xian did not hide anything and began introducing Yang Sha. He was the first human in the 10,000 worlds, and he was the first war god in human history. He had saved the human race from danger many times. A long time ago, when the human race was just born, they were food for the other races. Yang Sha was one of the heroes. After the human race became more powerful, Yang Sha and the other human primogenitors retired. Zhou Xuanji had never thought that such an expert would be the old beggar's disciple. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt quite shocked. Just who was the old beggar? Zhou Xuanji did not think too much and rushed towards the demon god palace. After the sun was destroyed, the suction force was no longer there. Seeing Zhou Xuanji rush over, the dozens of powerful demons guarding the demon god palace all attacked. Zhou Xuanji leaped up and directly used world suppressing. With the cultivation-absorbing demon sealer, immortal energy surged into the sword and pressed down. He was like a meteor as he smashed towards the demon god palace. Terrifying demonic chi formed a massive black barrier, covering the demon god palace. Boom! The massive black barrier shattered, and Zhou Xuanji's sword slashed out, instantly killing 20 or so demons. The other demons hurriedly dodged in fear. Zhou Xuanji also smashed through the demon god palace, pursuing the old beggar's aura. He advanced unobstructed and soon, he came to the palace where the old beggar was. He landed in front of the cage like a cannonball. The old beggar cried out in delight. Boy, you've killed your way in so quickly. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything, and used his sword to hack at the cage. It was a pity that no matter how he hacked, he could not break the metal bars. This cage requires connecting heaven level 5 power or above to break, the old beggar said as he sighed. The old beggar sighed. Just as he spoke, Zhou Xuanji released demon god Tianwu. Demon god Tianwu shrunk to 2 meters tall and walked to the cage. It directly broke the metal bars, making the old beggar dumbfounded. Chapter 538. Demon god Tianwu walked to Su Qing's cage and tore it apart as well. Su Qing rushed out as well. The moment he saw demon god Tianwu, he roared and pounced towards it. The heavenly Wu demon god instinctively waved his fist and sent him flying. He smashed through the walls of the demon god palace and crashed into a mountain. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Zhou Xuanji hurriedly put demon god Tianwu into the Tianxia map. Demon god Tianwu? The old beggar screamed in disbelief. Run quickly, Zhou Xuanji urged. After saying that, he took the lead and jumped up, followed by the old beggar. After the two of them flew out of the demonic hall, the old beggar flew towards Su Qing. Su Qing had already gone crazy. He charged into the army of demons, his aura becoming more and more violent. The old beggar rushed in front of him and was directly lifted by his right leg, swung up and smashed on the ground. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He hurried over and saved Su Qing. Su Qing's cultivation was at Universe Heaven level 18, and with the old beggar's power, Zhou Xuanji could barely push him back. He's already crazy, and you still want to care about him? Why don't I see you treating your other disciples like this? Is he your son? Zhou Xuanji said unpleasantly. The situation was urgent. Yang Sha could only stop Azure Demon Emperor, and could not win in a short period of time. If the demonic ancestor came, it would be over. The old beggar gritted his teeth and said, "He saved my life." Zhou Xuanji took out the soft velvety sword and wanted to make Su Qing powerless, but Su Qing slapped the soft velvety sword away. The old beggar took out a silver tower and quickly sucked Su Qing into it. Linglong Treasure Pagoda? Zhou Xuanji looked at the silver tower in his hand curiously. Let's split up. It's too dangerous to follow me. After saying this, the old beggar flew away quickly. Zhou Xuanji was stunned and almost cursed out loud. Ingrate. He turned and flew in another direction. He did not chase after Mo Jiuqing. Since the old beggar had been saved, he should leave. He was not strong enough to help Yang Sha, so he might as well leave early, so that Yang Sha could escape. Along the way, he encountered many evil devils. Relying on the cultivation-absorbing devil sealing art, he slaughtered his way out. After flying for 10,000 miles, there were no more evil spirits chasing after him. Whoosh! An air-piercing sound came, and Zhou Xuanji instinctively dodged. A black beam of light pierced through his chest and almost hit his heart. This black light beam was only 3 fingers in diameter, yet it was able to penetrate his flesh. It was truly frightening. He turned around and saw a white-haired woman hovering above the black clouds. Her skin was the color of blood, and she wore a loose red robe. Even though her face was exquisite, her entire person seemed to have walked out of a pool of blood, and it was eerie and frightening. She looked at Zhou Xuanji coldly and raised her right hand again. Unstoppable. Zhou Xuanji immediately fled at full speed. Xiao. Another streak of black light pierced through his right shoulder, causing his face to twitch in pain. This black light contained an extreme corrosive power that prevented his body from healing quickly. It even hurt his soul. The cruelty demon emperor of the demon world. It's said that she's the closest existence to the demon ancestor. She's even stronger than the Azure Demon Emperor. Sovereign Xian introduced to Zhou Xuanji. The Sky Sovereign Demon Emperor cursed. It's that old fiend. She's the one who killed me. Zhou Xuanji could not help him take revenge, so he could only hide in fear. Xiao. Xiao. Another 2 streaks of black light shot over. They were too fast, and Zhou Xuanji's legs were hit. Blood flew everywhere, and he was unable to dodge at all. He did not turn and attack the cruelty demon emperor, because she was simply too powerful. She's toying with me. Zhou Xuanji was infuriated. He had already made preparations to be reborn. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind descended from behind him. He instinctively slashed out with his sword. Bang! The cruelty demon emperor stomped down on his back, breaking his spine. The terrifying power almost caused him to faint. Following this, he fell into the forest, kicking up a trail of dust. The cruelty demon emperor floated in the air and condescendingly laughed as she said, "You dare to fight with the demon race with just this bit of strength?" She opened her mouth and spat out a yellow-brown river, which poured into the forest. The trees that were touched by the river were instantly burned to ashes. In less than 3 breaths of time, the surrounding 10,000 meters of forest had been scorched. As for Zhou Xuanji, there was no trace of him. The cruelty demon emperor smiled and turned to fly towards the demon god palace. Sunlight shined down. Zhou Xuanji felt quite warm. He opened his eyes, and what he saw was the mottled reflection of tree leaves. His eyes widened, and he found that he was hanging from a tree. His body was wrapped in silk, and only his head could be seen, making him look like a silkworm cocoon. "What's going on?" Zhou Xuanji frowned as he muttered. At that moment a figure walked over. It was the old immortal who had taken him in for 3 years, and allowed him to wait for the heavenly saint to appear. He could not help but ask, "Why am I here?" The old immortal had a faint smile on his face as he said, "You almost died to the cruelty demon emperor's poison. It was me who used a great divine ability to teleport you here from far away." Zhou Xuanji thought back to what had happened before he had fainted, and hurriedly asked the sword spirit where his swords were. The sword spirit replied. The instant he had teleported, the sword spirit had taken back all of his swords. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He said gratefully, "Many thanks, Senior." The old immortal shook his head and said, "Come to think of it, you are my junior." He walked over to the tree and sat down, leaning against the trunk. He looked towards the horizon, and his gaze became gentle. He sighed and said, "Back then, I came here with your revered teacher. Back then, there was no heavenly law or 9 saints. Back then, I was in a hurry to leave, but your revered teacher refused. He said that he wanted to help the creatures here gain intelligence. So we had a conflict and went our separate ways. I escaped into the void and wanted to find my way home, but I did not succeed." Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. What did that mean? The old immortal and the old beggar did not belong to the Wanshan Great Thousand? "I have been here for hundreds of millions of years, but I have always failed. After going around in circles, I have returned here. The world has changed, and the heavenly law has been established. 5 of the 9 saints have appeared. Your revered teacher interfered with the rules of the heavenly law, and was suppressed by the heavenly law. It was I who saved him, but I also injured myself. From then on, we hid in the great 1,000 worlds and recuperated, waiting for hope on the way home. Now there are more and more great 1,000 worlds, and there are countless creatures of different races. However, I have lost all hope, but your revered teacher has not. He has always been taking in disciples, hoping to nurture an existence that surpasses the heavenly law and can take us home." A look of melancholy appeared on the old immortal's face. Those memories were already hazy in his mind. Even the most powerful cultivation could not withstand the mercilessness of time. "Where did your home come from?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The old immortal glanced at him and said with a smile, "At the end of the void. I'm not sure how far it is, but that place is called the Kunlun Origin Court." Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up, and he was attracted by the word Kunlun. Kunlun often appeared in Chinese mythology, and it represented the land of immortals. He asked, "What does the Kunlun Origin Court look like? Is it the same as the Great 1,000 Worlds?" The old immortal sighed and said, "It's different, completely different. I cannot reveal too much, or else the heavenly law will be wary of me." Chapter 539. You saved me because you think that I can surpass the heavenly law and bring you back to the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. He was also very interested in the Kunlun Origin Court. The sword spirit said that the supreme legendary sword system came from the serendipity of the world. Where was Hong Meng? The old immortal smiled at him, but did not reply. He got up slowly and stretched his waist. Looking toward the horizon, he said, "I suddenly feel old." He shook his head with a smile and walked toward the Taoist temple. "When your injuries are healed, you will come down. Don't worry and don't be anxious." Zhou Xuanji heard this and felt at peace. After a while, the old immortal's voice came from the Taoist temple. "Spring and summer, the sky is high and the earth is small. Where the Tao is, the heart longs for. Everything has its rules, and more haste makes waste. If the Tao belongs to you, no one can steal it. If the Tao does not belong to you, it is useless to prove the Tao with strength." Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, was the old immortal trying to tell him not to be anxious? He was only 200 years old, and had already reached universe heaven level 10. Such a breakthrough speed was something that everyone could only look up to. But he still desired more power, and continued to take risks. What will happen if I slow down? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. In the past, he always felt that he was in such a hurry, because he wanted to protect the people around him. But thinking back, his enemies had never captured the people around him to threaten him. If he did not step forward, would everything that he protected disappear? A refreshing breeze came out, gently caressing his cheeks. His black hair danced in the wind. Listening to the sound of the wind, his heart sank into an unprecedented tranquility. The old immortal was still speaking. His voice was not as majestic as Sage Daojing's, but it had the same magical power to calm his heart. Sunlight shone down, and the flowers and grasses all over the mountain glowed faintly. It was a sign of life and hope. Among the flowers and grasses, a group of ants moved forward. The ant at the front was carrying the largest piece of leaf. It was the fastest, and was getting further and further away from the rest of the ants. A strange bug leaped out suddenly, and swallowed it before disappearing among the grasses. The ants continued to move forward, and the strange bug dashed out again to hunt the ants. Soon, it was surrounded by the ants and was finally bitten to death by a dozen of them. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji's injuries recovered, and the silk dissipated as he landed on the ground. He hurriedly took out a set of white clothes and put them on. He stretched his muscles and walked to the front of the Taoist temple. He bowed and cupped his hands, asking, "Senior, do you have any instructions for this junior?" He had a hunch that the old immortal didn't just save him. As for the old beggar's safety, he was no longer worried. He chose to believe in his fellow apprentices. For the past 3 days, he had been enjoying the breeze and enjoying nature, which made him think of many things. The world was vast, and not everything needed him. How about helping me plant flowers and plants? The old immortal's voice sounded out, and Zhou Xuanji nodded and turned to leave. Just like that, he lived in the Taoist temple. During the day, he admired the flowers and grass, and at night, he sat on a tree trunk and looked up at the stars. Time flew by. Half a year passed quickly. He was near the Taoist temple, isolated from the rest of the world, so he did not know what was going on in the world. He wanted to go back to the divine cliff to take a look, so he asked the old immortal. The old immortal did not stop him, and only asked him to come back quickly. Zhou Xuanji quickly left, and flew toward the divine cliff at full speed. Along the way, he did not stop, nor did he inquire about any news. It was as if the demon race had nothing to do with him, or the affairs of the world had nothing to do with him. After returning to the divine cliff, everything was fine. The divine cliff's disciples were on standby, while Zhou Shaoxian was still cultivating in the forest. He returned to his residence and found Jiang Shui. She sat in the courtyard and internalized qi. Sunlight shone on her body, and she seemed to be covered in a layer of radiance. "Hey!" Zhou Xuanji walked up to her silently, and suddenly threatened her. Jiang Shui was not frightened and pinched his face instead. "Humph! I sensed you the moment you appeared," Jiang Shui said with a cold snort. She opened her eyes and looked at him, asking, "How's the situation?" Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything from her, and told her everything in detail. After hearing it, she heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That old immortal was right. You were too impatient. However, because of your impatience, we are here today," Jiang Shui said with an adoring smile. In her eyes, Zhou Xuanji was omnipotent and the most powerful and best man in the world. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Do you want to stay here or come with me?" Jiang Shui thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. That old immortal left you here, so he definitely wants to nurture you. I don't want to ruin that. Moreover, only with me here can the divine cliff be at ease. If you and I both leave, the others will leave as well. When that time comes, what will the divine cliff do?" The divine cliff had saved Zhou Xuanji's life. If it wasn't for Zhou Xuanji, the divine cliff would still be an overlord-level faction in the Center God province. As such, she had to stay. Zhou Xuanji nodded. It would be dangerous for Jiang Shui to come with him. Who knew when the demonic emperor would return? The two of them stayed together for a day before he silently left. He did not alert anyone else, and he left as quickly as he came. After returning to the Taoist temple, Zhou Xuanji did not disturb the old immortal. He sat under a tree and silently looked at the flowers and plants. After staying here for half a year, he suddenly liked to stare blankly. Looking at the beautiful scenery, he thought about the past and the future, making him feel carefree and relaxed. The old immortal suddenly walked out of the Taoist temple and sat down beside Zhou Xuanji, looking at the mountains in front of them. "What are you feeling right now?" The old immortal asked softly, his tone gentle. Zhou Xuanji did not look at him, and looked into the distance as he said, "It's very peaceful, as if I'm very small and the world is very big. There's no danger, no excitement. It's like the water in a lake, peaceful and peaceful." The old immortal smiled and said, "You asked me what the Kunlun origin court was like before, and that was actually your current mental state." Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" The old immortal shook his head and smiled as he said, "Only those with an absolutely peaceful heart can enter the Kunlun origin court. Many creatures head to the void in search of a vaster world, including the heavenly saints. However, they all failed, not because their cultivation was not high enough, but because their hearts were not peaceful enough. As such, they could not receive the summons of the Kunlun origin court. I told you to calm your heart early for the Kunlun origin court. When you go to the Kunlun origin court, you will transform, and you will even rise above the heavens." Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "Since it's like this, you should all be very powerful. Why are you trapped here?" The old immortal replied, "All the suffering in the world comes from fighting. The Kunlun origin court also has fighting, and we lost, which is why we are here." Mentioning this, he did not feel angry or unwilling. He was very calm. Perhaps this was what he meant by calming his heart. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. The old immortal said deeply, "It's not impossible to become an overlord saint. I will help you reach it." Chapter 540. Overlord Saint. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up and asked, "How do I become an overlord saint?" Proving one's Tao with strength sounded easy, but it was incredibly difficult to surpass a heavenly sage with magic energy. The higher one's cultivation base was, the slower one's breakthrough speed would be. The old immortal said leisurely, "Don't you already have a demon god's clone? As long as you reach the strength of his body, I have a way to help you become an overlord saint. You will be invincible under the heavenly law, and even the heavenly law will not be able to reject or punish you." Zhou Xuanji blinked, and the joy in his heart receded like the tide. How powerful was the demon god Tianwu? Once he reached that height, it would be another round of vicissitudes. He asked, "Is there a body-tempering method?" His cultivation was mainly focused on immortal energy, and his fleshly body was not his main focus. With his current cultivation level, it was very difficult to find heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could help him temper his body. It was possible to obtain the heavenly Tao providence, but it was more difficult to obtain than to find treasures. "Once you've calmed down, I'll help you." The old immortal chuckled. Then he got up and walked down the mountain. "Where are you going?" Zhou Xuanji asked. As the sun shone on the old immortal, he looked like he could ascend to heaven and become an immortal at any moment. "Let's go take a look at the little creatures at the foot of the mountain and experience their world," the old immortal said without turning his head. These words made Zhou Xuanji fall into deep thought. Was the world of rats, rabbits, ants, and insects peaceful? He looked at the flowers and plants by his hand. As the Devil clan invaded the Center God province, the atmosphere in the Center God province became tense. The first-class forces sent their disciples to the border to resist the Devil clan's army, and the Divine Palace also joined in. The news that the distant ancestor of the human race, Yang Sha, had wreaked havoc in the Emotion Temple, had spread throughout the Center God province. It was said that Yang Sha had battled the Azure Demon Emperor and the Ruined Demon Emperor on his own, and both of them were severely injured. At the same time, the news of the demon realm descending upon the vast thousand worlds also spread. Although the demon realm was far from the Center God province, it could still threaten the vast thousand domains. A calamity that engulfed the entire vast thousand worlds descended. Times create heroes. The war had just begun, but many geniuses had already emerged from the human race. Emperor Jundao was one of them. He fought his way to the front lines and fought against the demons. His strength increased by leaps and bounds. The divine cliff was located within the Center God province and did not participate in the battle. Young Yutian did not even dare to think about becoming a sky saint. 3 years later, an expert from beyond the heavens descended. His name was Duyushin, and he descended upon the battlefield of the humans and demons, slaughtering the soldiers of both sides. He was extremely powerful. That battle had forced Azure Demon Emperor and Giant God Huang Hao to rush over as reinforcements, but Duyushin had easily escaped. 7 years later, the various ancient families of the Center God province came into being, and at the same time, they joined forces with the surrounding provinces to resist the devil race. During these 10 years, Zhou Xuanji stayed in front of the old immortal's temple to calm his mind. He was already 260 years old, and the number of divine swords he had reached 572. In these 10 years, he did not obtain a divine sword that surpassed the Armageddon grade, or an extremely powerful divine ability. His cultivation had also stagnated, but he was not disappointed by this. In the meantime, he returned to the divine cliff, and kept Emperor Sword Court into the world of the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus. As for Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, Finyu Dragon King, Lin Chang'e, and the others, they were still at the divine cliff to help him. Zhou Xuanji built a portal in the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus, which led to his residence in the divine cliff. If they encountered danger, they could escape into the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus through the portal. If the enemy dared to follow him, he could use the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus to kill them. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji was lying on the grass and looking up at the sky. It felt great not to cultivate, and he was slacking off in the name of cultivating his mind. The world had nothing to do with him. After 10 years, he could clearly sense the change in his mentality. He was no longer worried about the world or the divine cliff. He did not need to worry about his enemies coming to find trouble with him. You sure have nothing to do. A cold laughter came. The voice was filled with murderous intent. Zhou Xuanji got up slowly and asked calmly, "Demonic Emperor?" With the old immortal in the temple, he did not fear the demonic emperor at all. A ball of black chi appeared in front of him and formed into a human figure. He wore a luxurious black armor, and the breastplate looked like a lion's head. His face was cold, and half of his face was covered in flaming scales. 2 dragon horns protruded from his long hair, and they pierced towards the sky. The demonic emperor. His aura was evil, more evil than anyone Zhou Xuanji had ever met. Once he landed, the flowers and grass around him withered visibly. Even the trees behind Zhou Xuanji were aging rapidly. The most horrifying thing was that Zhou Xuanji could sense that his life force was being sucked away. He quickly channeled his celestial energy to resist this evil energy. "Zhou Xuanji, you're quite carefree. Since you know who I am, then join me. I will help you quickly become stronger, and when I become a saint, you will become the person with the greatest authority under me. What do you think?" The demonic emperor said coldly. His dark green eyes glowed with a strange light. He was shocked in his heart that Zhou Xuanji could face him so calmly. If it were any other person from the northern wilderness, they might not even be able to stand and withstand the pressure from the depths of their soul. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Not much. Please go back." The demonic emperor's face darkened. He grabbed toward Zhou Xuanji. Demon god Tianwu appeared suddenly and punched toward him. The fist and palm collided. With a loud boom, the demonic emperor was sent flying backward. Although he had the body of a demon god, he could not control it completely. Moreover, he did not use his full power, so he could not withstand demon god Tianwu's horrifying power. Looking at the demon god's back, Zhou Xuanji smiled. He waved his right hand, and the withered plants around him quickly regained their vitality. At this moment, the demonic emperor appeared above Zhou Xuanji's head and clawed at him. Demon god Tianwu fought instinctively. Once the demonic emperor appeared, he turned around and kicked the demonic emperor, sending him flying into the sky. Zhou Xuanji lay down and looked at the demonic emperor leisurely. The demonic emperor stopped in midair and muttered with a deep frown, "Demon god's body. Tianwu." Waves of shock surged in his heart. How did Zhou Xuanji obtain demon god Tianwu? And with this brat's cultivation, how could he refine demon god Tianwu's corpse into a clone? It was completely illogical. He flipped his right hand and took out a black saber that was surrounded by blood qi. He was prepared to attack again. Benefactor, I advise you to leave this place, or else I will kill you. The old immortal's voice came from the temple. The demonic emperor heard him, and his expression changed drastically. He looked back at the temple with fear in his eyes. May I ask who you are? He asked with a deep voice. Is it important? The old immortal replied. The demonic emperor's expression changed. Finally, he turned into a ball of black qi and dissipated. You can protect him now, but you can't protect him forever. Once he leaves you, it will be the day of his death. The demonic emperor's chilling voice resounded across the clouds for a long time. Zhou Xuanji did not mind. He had heard such threats many times. By the time he left, he would have transformed. Chapter 541. After the demonic emperor left, Zhou Xuanji did not recall demon god Tianwu. Instead, he asked him to sit beside him, and they looked at the horizon together, training their mental state. Everything was quiet. Occasionally, he could even hear the old immortal preaching about the Tao. This kind of experience was not dull at all for him. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. He was now 270 years old. In the past 10 years, he had never gone back. Sometimes, he would communicate with Jiang Shui through the 24-rank deep black lotus to understand the situation of the divine cliff. As the war between the human race and the demon race became more intense, the divine cliff had no choice but to send disciples to support them. In order to strengthen themselves, Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, Chen Bantian, and Meng Tianlang also went to the front line to participate in the war. Yang Yutian asked Zhou Xuanji why he was not back yet. After Jiang Shui told him that Zhou Xuanji was cultivating, Yang Yutian did not ask again. He understood that for Zhou Xuanji, time was of the essence. After 20 years of peace in front of the Taoist temple, Zhou Xuanji's state of mind was no longer the same as before. He sat on the tree trunk and listened to the sound of the wind. Using his fingers as a sword, his fingers seemed to glow as they drew lines of light in the air. It was dazzling and magical. Although he had never cultivated, his understanding of the sword principle had deepened. If he were to condense a sword soul now, its lethality would be far greater than before. This was the improvement of the state of mind. The mountain was no longer a mountain, and the sword was no longer the original sword. The old immortal suddenly walked out of the temple. He came under the tree and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he smiled and said, "It's time for you to leave." Zhou Xuanji looked down and asked, "Go out? Is that enough?" The old immortal smiled. "It's about time for your magic power to grow. Now that the humans and demons are at war, you can make good use of the world Buddha art. When you break through to Universe Heaven level 18, come back and find me." He raised his right hand and tapped Zhou Xuanji's forehead. A stream of memories flowed into Zhou Xuanji's mind. It was a divine ability, 9-soul fusion technique. This divine ability could allow the main body to fuse with the avatars. At most, it could fuse with 9 bodies at the same time. The strength after the fusion was related to the cultivation of each body. However, this divine ability consumed a lot of his soul. With his cultivation, he could only use it for 2 hours at most. He still needed a few days to recover. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and landed before the old immortal. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Senior." This divine ability was made just for him, so he had to be grateful. However, even though he was expressing his gratitude, he appeared to be indifferent. It wasn't that he wasn't moved. It was just that his state of mind had improved, and he could control his emotions. A woman whose fate is intertwined with yours is in danger, and is trapped in the demon god temple. The old immortal said meaningfully, which made Zhou Xuanji narrow his eyes. The woman whose fate was intertwined with his? Other than Jiang Shui, there was also Xian Xianghua. Jiang Shui was safe and sound in the 24-rank deep black lotus. That was Xian Xianghua. He nodded lightly and said, "Then I'll go first." The old immortal stroked his long beard as he smiled and nodded, and Zhou Xuanji turned into a ray of sword light. and disappeared over the horizon. Looking in the direction he left, the old immortal shook his head and said, "This person was born not to belong here." Zhou Xuanji stood on the wind-cutter sword, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. He looked ahead calmly. His mind was calm, and he wasn't thinking about anything. As for Xian Xianghua, he believed that she would be able to hold on until he arrived. "Zhou Xuanji, you are finally willing to come out." The demonic emperor's voice came. Next, Zhou Xuanji turned his body suddenly and dodged the demonic emperor's bloody claw. His chest was less than 5 centimeters away from the demonic emperor's claw, which was a fatal distance. But he was still unhurried. Demon god Tianwu appeared out of nowhere and punched at the demonic emperor. The demonic emperor's pupils contracted. He blocked with both arms, but was still sent flying hundreds of meters away. He steadied himself and said with gritted teeth, "How can you? A universe heaven level 10 cultivator could not react so quickly." Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said, "You are indeed unwilling to give up. But this time, the roles of the hunter and the prey will be swapped." The demonic emperor frowned and did not understand what he meant. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji activated the 9-soul fusion technique and fused his body with demon god Tianwu. In an instant, demon god Tianwu opened its eyes, and 2 beams of cold light shot out from its eyes. He maintained the form of demon god Tianwu, and his aura was violent. The form of the 9-soul fusion technique could be decided at will, and he could also maintain his original form. But against the demonic emperor, he planned to use the most brutal form. The demonic emperor frowned even more. He did not understand what kind of divine ability this was, but he still took out his blood chi black saber and prepared to fight. Ever since he realized that Zhou Xuanji had demon god Tianwu, he wanted Zhou Xuanji even more. This child was his descendant and should be under his control. He slashed at Zhou Xuanji, and his saber chi exploded, slicing the heavens and the earth in half. A legendary sword appeared in demon god Tianwu's right hand. It was the sky-judging sword, Universe Essence legendary sword. Before he swung his sword chi exploded and dispersed the demonic emperor's saber chi. At the same time, he absorbed a massive wave of magic energy. Demon god Tianwu walked toward the demonic emperor with his sword. A powerful gale surrounded his body and grew rapidly. Finally, it turned into a towering hurricane that circled around recklessly. The demonic emperor stared at the sword, and his expression changed slightly. He knew that Zhou Xuanji had many swords, but he did not expect him to have such a powerful one. Such a treasure usually only appeared in the hands of connecting heaven cultivators, just like his saber. "Very good. Zhou Xuanji, I will let you die a painful death." The demonic emperor laughed sinisterly, and his aura grew tremendously. Zhou Xuanji did not bother to waste his breath. 18 sword souls materialized behind him in a fan shape, looking majestic. After 20 years of tempering his mind, he finally unleashed it today. "Demonic Emperor, do you know what hell looks like?" Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. He activated the primordial chaos sword shadow straight away. 5 billion sword shadows appeared in all directions and surrounded him, and the demonic emperor instantly, enveloping them in the primordial chaos sword shadow. The demonic emperor frowned and slashed at Zhou Xuanji with his saber. Countless saber chis burst out in all directions. The 5 billion sword shadows moved as well and charged toward the demonic emperor. Boom! A deafening explosion. A powerful radiance appeared, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. Mountains were turned into ashes, and the clouds were obliterated. A powerful destructive force swept across 10,000 miles, turning everything within 10,000 miles into nothingness. Within the powerful radiance, Zhou Xuanji and the demonic emperor fought. Although they could not see, both of them could accurately attack and defend. They were extremely fast, and the demon god's power shook the space, almost shattering it. Numerous sword souls flew out from Zhou Xuanji's back. The demonic emperor used all sorts of divine abilities, sometimes creating clones and sometimes transforming into black chi. He dodged each sword soul's attack and attacked Zhou Xuanji at the same time. Zhou Xuanji's swords were fast as well, but he was in a marvelous state. Compared to the demonic emperor, he appeared to be at ease. "My sword is my sword, and my Dao is my Dao," Zhou Xuanji spoke suddenly, which made the demonic emperor frown. What was this brat trying to do? However, Zhou Xuanji maintained his original attack, and the two were evenly matched. But somehow the demonic emperor felt uneasy. Chapter 542. The demonic emperor no longer dared to be careless, and began to give it his all. In the powerful radiance, he sped up suddenly and unleashed the full power of the demon god's body. Zhou Xuanji frowned as he defended. Such horrifying power. If not for the demon god's body, he would have been blasted apart by the demonic emperor's power. Clang! 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 The sword and the saber clashed. Every time the sky-judging sword and the blood-chi black saber clashed, the sound traveled far and wide. Countless living beings could hear it. No one dared to come close because Zhou Xuanji and the demonic emperor's aura was too horrifying. Zhou Xuanji activated the heaven essence divine energy in the sky-judging sword and grew more powerful. At the same time, he used world reincarnation to deflect the demonic emperor's saber chi. Facing such a strange move, the demonic emperor did not panic. Instead, he strengthened his saber chi and became more ferocious. Zhou Xuanji could sense that each slash was more than twice as powerful as the previous one. Such a powerful saber technique. Seeing that the powerful radiance was about to dissipate, Zhou Xuanji moved away from the demonic emperor and raised his sword to use heavenly sword fall. Just when the demonic emperor was about to charge at him, a beam of light descended from the sky. With a loud boom, the demonic emperor was struck down and smashed through the ruins into the ground. Zhou Xuanji chased after him and activated world suppressing before jumping underground. In the blink of an eye, the sky-judging sword clashed with the blood-chi black saber. Zhou Xuanji pressed down on the demonic emperor and sank deeper. Damn! The demonic emperor stared at Zhou Xuanji with a hideous face. He wanted to tear this brat into pieces. He wanted to repel Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji also had the demon god's body. With world suppressing descending from the sky, the demonic emperor could not move at all. The two crashed through layers of rocks with unstoppable momentum. Zhou Xuanji summoned all his legendary swords and used Sword Sect Immortal Cry. More than 500 legendary swords glowed with white light and pierced toward the demonic emperor like a torrential downpour. The demonic emperor could only rely on his body to defend against these legendary swords. Boom! They fell into the earth's core suddenly and charged into the boiling sea of lava. The horrifying temperature caused them to suffer unimaginable pain. However, a demon god's body was the strongest physical body below heavenly sages. The great Thousand Realms earth core flame could not harm them. Zhou Xuanji disappeared suddenly, and the demonic emperor counterattacked immediately. He turned into countless duplicates and charged toward Zhou Xuanji from all directions. These clones all had different appearances and sizes, and all of them had ferocious expressions as they charged forward without any regard for their own safety. Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep blocked all the attacks for him. If not for his immortal power, most of the divine swords would have been instantly burned to ashes by the earth core flame. Die! The demonic emperor suddenly roared. The black flames turned into a pillar of light and shot out of his mouth, blasting Zhou Xuanji out of the earth's core. The legendary swords were brought out because of Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep. Zhou Xuanji looked down and saw that the earth's core, which was as massive as the sun, was surging with huge waves. At the same time, the ground of the entire Wanshan Great Thousand was shaking violently. All the oceans and rivers were churning. The earth's core was damaged and the world collapsed. Countless living beings were in an uproar. In the demonic god temple, Xian Xianghua and the white-haired old man were imprisoned in an iron cage. Not only them, but there were also many other iron cages around them, imprisoning many humans, devils, demons, and other living beings of other races. Duyushin was cultivating in the front hall. He opened his eyes suddenly and looked down. Such a powerful force. Who's fighting underground? He mumbled. The prisoners were all alarmed. What's going on? Is someone here to save us? No, the tremors are coming from underground. This aura is so evil. There's another powerful aura. It's as vast as a saint's. Xian Xianghua frowned and felt uneasy. The white-haired old man beside her panicked as well. Seems like we're going to die here, he said with a bitter smile. He did not expect those powerhouses to go this far just to fight for the heavenly saints. The power that the two terrifying cultivators underground unleashed was enough to defeat anyone below the heavenly saints. What else could make such powerful cultivators fight so fearlessly other than the heavenly law Violet Chi? The demon realm. The demon ancestor opened his eyes suddenly. With a deep frown he mumbled, "Demonic Emperor. The other aura is Demon God Tianwu? No, there's another aura in his aura. It seems like he was really possessed." He disappeared immediately. The demon realm. The demon emperor, who was reading, sensed Zhou Xuanji and the demonic emperor's auras, and was shocked in his heart. Zhou Xuanji can fight the demonic emperor? He immediately found Snake Lord Qingshi, and the two demons headed toward Wanshan Great Thousand together. Not only them, but all the connecting heaven cultivators in the entire Wanshan Great Thousand were alarmed. Such a great battle must have been caused by the heavenly law Violet Chi. At the same time, the demonic emperor's eyes were bloodshot. He roared continuously and swore to kill Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji could still remain calm. Facing such a ruthless demonic emperor, his eyes were sharp. With his sword techniques and sword souls, he could block each of the demonic emperor's attacks perfectly. The 9-soul fusion technique was really amazing. It allowed him to completely adapt to demon god Tianwu's body. However, this divine ability could not be used for a long time. He had to get out of this state after 2 hours, which meant that if he could not defeat the demonic emperor within 2 hours, the fate that awaited him would be worse than death. If it were in the past, he would surely be very anxious. But now, he somehow recalled his experiences in the past 20 years. The heavenly law's rules enveloped the Great Thousand and appeared among all living beings. Various memories of the past appeared in his mind, and the old immortal's voice of the Tao resounded. Sword sect immortal ghost weep, and the demonic emperor's movements became slower and slower in his eyes. It was a marvelous feeling. He was not surprised. He suddenly understood the old immortal's words. Kunlun Origin Court was the heart. The legendary swords that were spinning at high speed began to vibrate. Zhou Xuanji's body suddenly glowed with a powerful radiance, like the divine moon. He had an epiphany. He mumbled to himself. Thousands of sword techniques, man and sword as one, can cultivate the sword will. Sword will connecting with the divine, can cultivate the sword soul. The demonic emperor was annoyed and roared furiously. Bastard. Don't look down on me. I'm your ancestor. The northern wilderness people were all his descendants, including Zhou Xuanji. So he felt humiliated that he was evenly matched with Zhou Xuanji. What was even more humiliating was that Zhou Xuanji was gaining epiphanies as he fought. He almost exploded in anger. My sword's way is the sword Tao rules. Zhou Xuanji cried out suddenly, and the white radiance on his body grew stronger. More than 500 legendary swords pierced into the demonic emperor, as though they had teleported. The swords gathered into a white ball of light that engulfed the demonic emperor. Everything happened too quickly, and the demonic emperor could not react at all. Die, Zhou Xuanji mumbled calmly. Boom! All the legendary swords were deflected, and minced the demonic emperor into pieces. His flesh and blood scattered in the underground space. The demonic emperor's soul flew out. His face was full of fear as he said with a trembling voice, "How can it be? I have the body of a demon god. The body of a demon god." Zhou Xuanji looked up at him calmly, as though he was looking at an ant. Chapter 543. Why? Impossible! The demonic emperor cried out in fear, then roared with all his might. Zhou Xuanji looked up at him and asked, "Do you know about the Kunlun Origin Court?" The demonic emperor was stunned. What was that? The divine swords once again pierced his soul as if they had teleported, turning his soul into ashes with a force surpassing that of thunder. Domineering. Powerful. After comprehending a higher level of the sword's way above the sword soul, Zhou Xuanji instantly killed the demonic emperor. His cultivation level did not increase, but he was using the power of demon god Tianwu. Not only that, he vaguely felt that his soul had suddenly become stronger, as if he had been reborn. Could it be the old immortal's words? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He was not surprised by the demonic emperor's death, but began to think about himself. During his 20 years of meditation, the old immortal would preach about Tao every few days. What he talked about was not cultivation techniques, but the rules of all things. It seemed that these words were not as simple as they seemed. Unknowingly, it was actually tempering his soul. "May I know who you are?" A cold voice came, and Zhou Xuanji glanced over. The demon ancestor, who was shrouded in demonic qi, descended. Within the demonic qi, only his face could be seen. His brows were domineering, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji remembered his eyes. He had once looked up to the fiend ancestor. At this moment, in his eyes, the demon ancestor was no longer so powerful that it was unreachable. Zhou Xuanji replied, "It's not important. I'm just settling a personal grudge with the demonic emperor." He retrieved all the divine swords and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the rock wall underground. The fiend ancestor did not give chase. Instead, he frowned and pondered. Who is this person? What a powerful sword might. Why haven't I seen it before? The demon ancestor was puzzled and had a strange expression on his face. To be able to kill the demonic emperor so easily, he was definitely not an ordinary person. The demon Tharch suddenly appeared. When he saw that only the devil ancestor was left, he was stunned. Ba. I didn't expect another saint contender to appear in the Wanshan Great Thousand. A compassionate voice sounded out, and a pair of eyes lit up in the darkness. It was a pair of golden eyes. The fiend ancestor and the demon Tharch turned their heads at the same time, and revealed a look of fear in their eyes. Ninth Nether Buddha, you're finally willing to come out of seclusion. The demon Tharch sneered, but he felt the pressure in his heart. There was one more contender for the position of saint. In the Taoist temple, the old immortal who was meditating on the futon suddenly opened his eyes and smiled approvingly. Good kid, you've comprehended the meaning of the great Tao so quickly. Although it's very shallow, at least you've seen the door. I didn't waste my cultivation and soul power to teach you so many great Tao sounds in vain. The old immortal closed his eyes and began to calculate with his fingers. The smile on his face grew wider. Meanwhile, in the void, inside a palace that was suspended in the midst of a group of meteorites. Uft! The demonic emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, and his condition instantly weakened. He opened his eyes, which were filled with hatred and resentment. Zhou Xuanji! He clenched his teeth in extreme anger. When he calmed down, he took a deep breath. He suddenly remembered Zhou Xuanji's words. Kunlun Origin Court, is this name a place? Or was it the name of a force? He sank into his thoughts. Fighting with Zhou Xuanji was a great humiliation to him. And if he did not take revenge, he would never be able to become a saint. Zhou Xuanji quickly traveled underground. He spread out his divine sense and confirmed that no one was following him. With his current traveling speed, not many people in Wanshan Great Thousand could catch up to him. He was still thinking about the state of enlightenment. Sword Tao rules. Tao. He suddenly understood the old immortal's words. Kunlun Origin Court was Tao, and Tao was in everyone's heart. If one could understand Tao, one could control it directly. There were many Taos, but it was extremely difficult to understand Tao. It was even more difficult than becoming a saint. If one's cultivation was not high enough to become an overlord saint, one could still rely on the heavenly law violet qi. But to understand Tao, one could only rely on talent and serendipity. Although he believed in his talent, he understood that it was all thanks to the old immortal that he could understand Tao. However, his Tao was still very shallow, and there was still a long way to go. 2 hours later, he sat under a tree and began his breakthrough. After the battle with the demonic emperor, he absorbed a lot of the demonic emperor's magic energy. Together with the Tao he understood, it was enough for him to break through. He noticed that the environment around him was shattered. It was evidently the aftermath of the battle at the core. He was so far away from where the battle took place. It seemed like the entire Wanshan Great Thousand was affected. He shook his head without joy or sorrow. Soon he broke through to Universe Heaven Level 11. Because of Tao, he did not encounter a heavenly tribulation. He understood the old immortal's words again. Why would the heavenly law not punish him after he became an overlord saint? The existence of Tao was above the heavenly law. There were thousands of Taos, and the heavenly law was one of them. After his breakthrough, he did not leave immediately, but waited for his soul power to recover. He could only save Xian Xianghua with the 9-soul fusion technique. In the next few days, the news of a powerful cultivator fighting at the core spread across the Wanshan Great Thousand. That battle had affected the entire Wanshan Great Thousand, and countless living beings had been caught in the crossfire. At the same time, everyone finally understood how horrifying the tribulation of contending to become a saint was. The Wanshan Great Thousand was facing the crisis of shattering. The Great Thousand Worlds were so fragile in front of the peerless almighty beings. Demon God Palace. Duyushan opened his eyes and asked, "In the Wanshan Great Thousand, whose sword's way is the most powerful?" "Sword's way." Xian Xianghua was dazed and immediately thought of Zhou Xuanji. She sighed faintly. She did not know if she could see him again. Until today, she still could not marry him. This was her greatest regret. An evil cultivator replied with a trembling voice. "It might be Sword's sovereign Gu right now, but there might be many powerful cultivators in the Sword's way who did not die, and are only in isolated cultivation. Throughout history, the most powerful one should be Zhongdao Huasheng. He could split the Great Thousand World in half with a single slash." Zhongdao Huasheng? Duyushan frowned. Evidently, he had heard of this name before. He mumbled, "I did not expect this guy to be from the Wanshan Great Thousand. Seems like that person just now was him. Is he already so powerful?" All the captives were anxious. Duyushan's power made them despair. They did not want to die, so they did not dare to offend him. Duyushan closed his eyes and did not speak anymore. Xian Xianghua asked the white-haired old man softly, "Why did he not kill us?" The white-haired old man sighed and said, "I don't know, but it's not a good thing." The other captives became agitated too. Among them, some had been imprisoned for years, and some for months. They saw many captives being taken away by Duyushan and never seen again. The fear of the unknown was the most torturous. Time continued to pass. 5 days later, a figure appeared on the peak of the mountain and looked toward the demon god palace far away. It was Zhou Xuanji. This was his second time coming to the demon god palace. Last time, he was almost killed by the ruined demon emperor. This time his mentality changed drastically. He looked ahead and mumbled, "Old demonic woman, you really did not die. You are so tough." Chapter 544. Zhou Xuanji stood on the peak and scanned the demon god palace with his divine sense to search for Xian Xianghua. Boom! Just when his divine sense neared the demon god palace, it was repelled by a formless force. With the demon god palace as the center, all the demons within 100 miles were alarmed and looked around. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. He summoned demon god Tianwu and activated the 9-soul fusion technique. This time, he maintained his original appearance. His aura exploded, and the mountain under his feet crumbled into countless rocks, which smashed toward the surrounding forests and mountains. Zhou Xuanji took out the sky-judging sword and summoned all his legendary swords. He activated Sword Sect Immortal Cry and leaped toward the demon god palace. He was extremely fast. The demons along the way could not even react in time before he broke through the gate and charged into the palace. Duyushan, who was cultivating, opened his eyes suddenly and laughed coldly. "You dare to barge in here. I want to see what you are going to do." After that, he turned into a series of afterimages and passed through the cages. The two collided in a palace path. The violent aura shattered the walls beside them. The terrifying aura caused the demon god palace to collapse. Zhou Xuanji and Duyushan stared at each other. "You are not Zhongdao Huasheng," Duyushan said with a deep voice. Fear could be seen in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji did not know him, so he activated Sword Dao rules straight away. Boom! All of the divine swords hit Duyushan and turned his body into ashes in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xuanji followed him into the depths of the demon god palace. Duyushan's soul escaped and looked back in fear. What was that? How could it be? Duyushan was frightened and did not dare to chase after him. In the palace, the captives were trembling in fear. They were uneasy. The demon god palace is going to collapse. What's going on? Who is attacking the demon god palace? So horrifying. What should we do? Where's Duyushin? How could he let someone barge in? We're doomed. The captives cried out in fear. Xian Xianghua and the white-haired old man were anxious too. No one wanted to die. Facing a powerful being like Duyushin, they could not even use the celestial devil rebirth technique. They thought that their souls could not escape Duyushin's eyes. A ray of sword light flashed, and Zhou Xuanji came to Xian Xianghua's cage. With a slash, the iron bars of the cage were cut in half. Xian Xianghua's vision blurred, and before she could react, she was pulled into Zhou Xuanji's embrace. She opened her eyes wide, and when she saw that it was Zhou Xuanji, a look of pleasant surprise appeared in her eyes. How could it be him? Impudent! The white-haired old man was furious. He saw Xian Xianghua as his descendant, so how could he allow Zhou Xuanji to treat her so lightly? His palm slammed into Zhou Xuanji's body, and with a cracking sound, his right arm broke. He is my ancestor. Even though she was pleasantly surprised by Zhou Xuanji's power, she was afraid that he would harm her ancestor. Zhou Xuanji replied, "It's not that I want to attack him." With his left hand holding onto Xian Xianghua's waist, he waved his sword with his right hand. All of the captives' cages exploded, allowing them to regain their freedom. Zhou Xuanji leapt up with Xian Xianghua and charged out of the demon god palace, coming into the sky. Countless demons pounced at them from all directions, but Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep destroyed all of them. Zhou Xuanji could see that these demons were under Duyushin's control. They did not fear death, which meant that Duyushin was not completely dead yet. Captives flew out from the demon god palace one after another, including Xian Xianghua's ancestor, the white-haired old man. Duyushin appeared in the sky 1,000 meters away and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. "Who are you?" he asked with gritted teeth. The sword Dao rules caught him off guard. He kept thinking about how Zhou Xuanji destroyed his body, but he could not figure it out. Dao wills were so profound. If he could understand them, he would be invincible below the heavenly saints with his cultivation. Zhou Xuanji looked up at him calmly. Duyushin felt uneasy under his gaze and stepped back instinctively. Swoosh! All the legendary swords came at him again and shredded his soul into pieces. Everything happened too quickly. Xian Xianghua only saw a flash of sword light, and next, Duyushin was dead. How can it be? Xian Xianghua opened her beautiful eyes wide. She could not believe what she saw. Only how long had it been? And Zhou Xuanji had already become so powerful. Zhou Xuanji activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. 5 billion sword shadows exploded and killed all the evil demons. The explosion was deafening, and a violent gale pressed down on the world. Next, he left with her, and the two disappeared into the horizon. Duyushin, who was famous recently, could not fight back at all. The captives were all stupefied. The explosions around them told them that this was not a dream. Who is he? He's so powerful. He's Zhou Xuanji. I've seen him before. Back then, at the Great Heaven God Dynasty's God platform, he was so powerful and invincible. Zhou Xuanji? The most powerful person in the Center God province? He's so powerful. He lives up to his reputation. Is he really only 200 years old? After the captives came back to their senses, they began discussing Zhou Xuanji excitedly. The white-haired old man held his right arm and levitated in the air. He was silent, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Because of Xian Xianghua, he knew Zhou Xuanji. It was already ridiculous for this brat to reach the heavenly law true God stage at such a young age. But now, the more he thought about it, the more shocked he was. This brat must be the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua came to the void. He deactivated the 9-soul fusion technique and stored demon god Tianwu into the Tianxia map. Although it was not 2 hours yet, deactivating it earlier could shorten the cooldown time. "Wait at the side," he said with a smile. After that, he let go of Xian Xianghua and drew some distance between them. He sat down in the void and began his breakthrough. He had absorbed half of Duyushin's magic energy, which was enough for him to break through again. There were not many cultivators like Duyushin in the Wanshan Great Thousand. Apart from him, Zhou Xuanji had also absorbed countless evil magic energy. His cultivation began to grow tremendously, and Zhou Xuanji's aura grew more and more powerful. Even Xian Xianghua was shocked. In the end, he successfully broke through to Universe Heaven Level 12. Just when he broke through, his cultivation stopped growing. Xian Xianghua came up to him and asked curiously, "Brat, what's your cultivation stage now?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and replied, "Universe Heaven Level 12. Xian Xianghua was stunned. She knew that above the heavenly law true God was Universe Heaven. But how could he kill Duyushan so easily, with just Universe Heaven Level 12 cultivation? It must be known that Azure Demon Emperor and Ruined Demon Emperor were both defeated by Duyushan. Zhou Xuanji pinched her chin and said with a smile, "Where do you want to go next?" Xian Xianghua did not avoid him. Instead, she drew closer to him and whispered into his ear, "Where do you want me to go?" He shook his head and said, "If you really have nowhere to go, then return to Emperor Sword Court. What do you think?" Hearing this, she immediately retreated. She rolled her eyes and said, "Can I rely on your prestige now?" Chapter 545. Ever since Zhou Xuanji met Xian Xianghua, she had been helping him. He had saved him time and time again, and even found opportunities for him. Violet Demon Palace and the Primordial Ancestor statue were both found by her. He was no longer the same person he was in the past. As long as he supported her, he would. "Tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. As he spoke, he gently lifted her veil. This old witch was still breathtakingly beautiful. In terms of appearance, Xian Xianghua was definitely the most beautiful existence he had ever seen. Even the fairies of the Divine Palace could not compare. He wasn't the kind of person who was interested in looks. Otherwise, there would be countless women throwing themselves at him. In his heart, other than Jiang Shui, the most important person was Xian Xianghua. As for Zhou Xiaoxian, she was behind Daoya Old Man in the demon world. There's a demon river that leads to the world core. I want to obtain the world core of the demon world. Now that the demon ancestor has come to the Wanshan Great Thousand in search of the heavenly law Violet Qi, the demon emperor guarding the world core shouldn't be your match. After all, the Azure Demon Emperor is ranked in the top 5 of the demon world. As for offending the demon ancestor, she was not afraid at all. Even after ascending, she was still the fearless dragon Proudflower. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Like before, I can only last for 2 hours. Is that enough?" Xian Xianghua was not surprised. After all, it was Zhou Xuanji. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Of course it's enough. Once I've fused with the heart of the demon realm, my cultivation will soar. In time, I might even be able to control the entire demon realm. In the future, you will be the man of the demon realm's master. Are you happy?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Give me 3 days." Xian Xianghua immediately laid in his arms, snuggling up to him like a little bird. He did not reject it. At this point, he and Jiang Shui had already acknowledged Xian Xianghua, and even Zhou Xiaoxian often missed her Auntie Xian. Although the two of them had not formally married, they had already given their hearts to each other. Zhou Xuanji did not act recklessly. He gently stroked her hair and asked about her experiences over the years. She did not talk about it, but started from when she parted with Zhou Xuanji. Amidst the vast starry sky, the two of them embraced each other. There were many meteorites floating around them, and there were even stars twinkling in the distance. It was a beautiful scene. The news of Zhou Xuanji killing Duyushan swept across the Center God province and the nearby provinces like a whirlwind before spreading to the entire Wanshan Great Thousand. Even the Azure Demon Emperor and the Ruined Demon Emperor were no match for Duyushan. How could a prodigy less than 300 years old kill Duyushan so easily? However, the captives could all testify, making the news true. The name of the Sword Emperor spread throughout the Wanshan Great Thousand for the second time. The first time was because of the Great Emperor Tablet. Other times, Zhou Xuanji's reputation was only in the Center God province. On this day, under the dim sky, Xian Daoya stood by the seaside and looked at the surging waves in front of him. "Zhou Xuanji has grown," he said. "Aren't you going to get rid of him?" After knowing about Zhou Xuanji's battle achievements, Xian Daoya completely panicked. Although he did not understand how Zhou Xuanji became so powerful, he was very dangerous. Even the malicious Buddha had died at Zhou Xuanji's hands. If he continued to wait, how could he survive? Someone will do it. Have you divined anything about the heavenly law violet qi? A calm voice came from the sea. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji wasn't as important as becoming a saint. As long as he became a saint, he could easily destroy 10,000 Zhou Xuanjis. Xian Daoya replied with a frown. I can't. Sage Daojing might have hidden it somewhere, or given it to someone. Didn't Azure Demon Emperor say that the heavenly law violet qi was in Divine Lord Ji's hands? He seemed to have forgotten that Divine Lord Ji helped him find the divine sword. Divine Lord Ji can't possibly possess the heavenly law violet qi. Even if he has it, he is not qualified to become a saint. Hearing this, Xian Daoya remained calm. Divine Lord Ji was indeed a powerful cultivator, but he was nothing compared to a truly powerful cultivator. Go to the demon realm and take a look. More and more powerful cultivators will return to the Wanshan Great Thousand. It's time for the great Emperor Dao Court to reappear in the human world, the voice in the sea muttered. Xian Daoya nodded and left immediately. In the starry sky, old ancestor Hongshi sat under a tree and looked at the chessboard. He suddenly frowned and mumbled, Duyishan is dead. This aura. It's him. Even though he was far away from the Wanshan Great Thousand, he could sense that Zhou Xuanji had killed Duyishan. He was not angry, but became more interested in Zhou Xuanji. He waved his right hand, and countless radiant stars flew in all directions. If so, let's make the saint battle even more intense. I hope that the next heavenly saint will be more interesting. Old ancestor Hongshi mumbled to himself with an unfathomable smile on his face. After that, he turned his attention back to the chessboard. In the demon realm, Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua walked out of a portal. He realized that the demonic qi in the demon realm was thinner than before. It might be because the demons had returned to the Wanshan Great Thousand. The two walked toward the demonic river. The demonic river had existed since the birth of the demon realm. It flowed through the entire demon realm, and the spiritual qi of the demon realm came from it. The demonic river would flow to the two ends of the demon realm, and flow into the demon realm heart. The demon realm heart would evaporate the demonic river, and the demonic river would flow into the sky of the entire demon realm. They soon found the demonic river, and walked along it. They did not walk quickly, as though they were taking a stroll in the park. This was Zhou Xuanji's opinion. Any journey is cultivation. Young man, don't be in a hurry, Zhou Xuanji said casually. Zhou Xuanji said casually. With the 9-soul fusion technique, he was not afraid of the demonic ancestor coming. Now his eyes were set on the Tao. He was chasing after the Overlord Saint, and looking at the Kunlun Origin Court. He was already indifferent to everything under the heavenly law. To put it in an arrogant way, he did not take anyone seriously. Demon God Tianwu was already his duplicate, so it naturally belonged to him. It was the source of his confidence. Aren't you afraid that your little wife will be in danger if you waste time? Xian Xianghua asked teasingly. This old demonic woman loved to tease Zhou Xuanji about Jiang Shui. Zhou Xuanji smiled, and told her about the 24-ranked deep black lotus. Xian Xianghua sighed. I was wondering why you were so patient to accompany me. Sigh, seems like I'm not the one you love the most. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, love is love. There's no priority. There was only priority. First come, first served. Xian Xianghua was shocked by his words and burst out laughing. The two continued walking. Zhou Xuanji began to talk about the principles of life. He talked about his understanding of the Tao, but he did not point out the existence of the Tao. Xian Xianghua found it interesting at first, but after that, the demonic voice lingered in her ears. She pinched Zhou Xuanji's cheek and snorted. Brat, why are you like a fly? Zhou Xuanji sighed. The Tao is right in front of you, but you don't want to grasp it. You will regret it. After that they quickened their pace. Half a month later, they came to the horizon of the demonic world. The demonic river flowed down from the horizon, forming a majestic waterfall. At this point, the demonic river was as vast as the ocean. The spiritual qi turned into a sea of mist that shrouded the sky. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 546. Zhou Xuanji hugged Xian Xianghua's waist and jumped down from the horizon. As soon as they jumped down, they felt a strong suction force. From this angle, the demon world looked like a funnel, and they and the demon river flowed down the surface of this funnel. Xian Xianghua looked around excitedly with a curious look on her face. First time here? Zhou Xuanji asked. Xian Xianghua nodded and said, The legend of the demon realm's heart has been passed down for a long time. It is said that the demon realm's heart is guarded by the demon realm's 9 patriarchs. Apart from the demon patriarchs, any living creature that approaches will be killed. Her eyes shone with excitement. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. This old demonic woman's obsession with power was no less than his. He immediately moved forward at full speed, flying along the demonic river. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, they finally crashed into a bright light, and when they opened their eyes again, they were in an underground world. In front of them was a waterfall flowing down the mountain wall, converging into a lake with a diameter of several hundred miles. Floating above the lake was a crystal in the shape of a prism. It reflected rainbow-colored light. It was precisely the demonic realm core. Zhou Xuanji had already sensed the presence of the demon realm 9 ancestors. They were powerful indeed. Although they were not as powerful as Duyushin, they were still powerful connecting heaven cultivators. He immediately used the 9-soul fusion technique and fused demon god Tianwu into his body. Xian Xianghua, who was beside him, could clearly feel the change in his aura. Numerous divine swords appeared around them, flashing with white light as they spun at high speed. Sword sect immortal ghosts weep. So powerful. Xian Xianghua's eyes were filled with splendor. This time, she truly experienced how unfathomable Zhou Xuanji was. Those legendary swords spiraled so quickly that she could not even see them clearly. Boom, boom, boom. 9 massive waves of might exploded out, and they rushed toward Zhou Xuanji and Yi Shiwen from all directions. Who dares to trespass the forbidden area of the demon realm? A dignified voice rang out, filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji did not bother to look at them. He carried Xian Xianghua with one hand and flew toward the demon realm heart. He could feel that the heart of the demon realm contained an endless amount of demon qi, as expected of the source and center of the demon realm. Courting death. How dare you? Stop him. Humph. The demon realm 9 ancestors were infuriated and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Facing Zhou Xuanji, they sensed danger, so they did not act recklessly and chose to attack together. The 9 ancestors of the devil world attacked from 9 different directions. They were shrouded in devil qi and did not reveal their true forms. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed, and he directly unleashed Sword Dao rules. All the divine swords scattered the 9 ancestors of the devil world, as if they had teleported, and the light of the swords lit up the entire underground space. The 9 patriarchs of the demonic world were directly reduced to ashes, their souls dispersed, and they no longer existed. They were not as strong as the demonic emperor and Duyushin. They could not even protect their souls. Powerful, domineering. Xian Xianghua had a taste of invincibility, and she sighed faintly. Back when she was in the northern wilderness region, she had also been this awe-inspiring. She looked at the heart of the demonic realm excitedly. The two of them quickly flew to the demon realm heart. The demon realm core was 100 meters tall, and there were countless mirrors on its surface. From here, one could see every corner of the demon realm. How do I use it? Zhou Xuanji asked softly. He glanced at Xian Xianghua and realized that the old demonic woman's expression had changed. Crazy. She suppressed her excitement and narrowed her eyes. I'm not sure, but I can feel it calling out to me. She suddenly broke free from Zhou Xuanji's hand and slammed into the demon realm heart. Zhou Xuanji quickly grabbed her and was about to stop her. At this moment, the demon realm heart released a horrifying suction force and dragged Xian Xianghua into it forcefully. Zhou Xuanji was greatly shocked. He instinctively slashed at the demon realm heart to create an opening for him to enter. However, the demon realm heart was extremely tough. His sky-judging sword and physical strength could not break it at all. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji frowned and touched the demon realm heart. The demon realm heart was cold, and his divine sense could not penetrate it. He had completely lost contact with Xian Xianghua. Don't worry, I'm trying to fuse the demon realm heart. Xian Xianghua's voice came from the demon realm heart. Her voice was as excited as before, and it was even trembling a little. Are you confident? Zhou Xuanji asked. If the demon realm heart was so easy to fuse, the 9 patriarchs would have taken action long ago. No, but I'm willing to try. Because the primordial ancestor statue said that I'm the destined lord of the demon realm. I don't want to wait too long, so I want to try now. If I fail, it's fate. Xian Xianghua's answer made Zhou Xuanji speechless. Fate? Was this old demonic woman crazy? With a sigh, he deactivated the 9-soul fusion technique and asked demon god Tianwu to stand guard behind him. He sat cross-legged in the void and began to imitate the old immortal's great Tao's voice. He did not know that those words were the great Tao's voice, but he remembered them in his heart. Spring and summer, the sky is high and the earth is sparse. Where the Tao is, the heart yearns. Everything has its rules. If the Tao belongs to you, no one can steal it. If the Tao doesn't belong to you, it's useless to prove the Tao with strength. The Tao is the Tao. It's in the heart, in the form, in the spirit. He recited in his heart, and his voice traveled into the demon realm heart, which caused a slight ripple. Zhou Xuanji's Tao's voice reverberated in the underground space. Boom, boom, boom. Azure Demon Emperor and Snake Lord Qingshi fought ferociously in the forest. The demonic ancestor and the beast emperor sat in the air facing each other, watching the battle below. They were watching the show, but Azure Demon Emperor and Snake Lord Qingshi were fighting with their lives. At this moment, the demonic ancestor sensed something and frowned slightly. The beast emperor noticed his expression and mocked. What? You want to leave? The demonic ancestor regained his composure and said, If I can't win this battle, why should I leave? He thought in his heart. The demon realm heart could not leave the demonic realm, and his opponent could not move the demon realm heart either. Even if he delayed for a while, it would not affect anything. After the thought, he continued to watch the battle patiently, and continued his game with the beast emperor. This game was not a joke. Whoever lost would have to provide their own information without any falsehood. The beast emperor and the demonic ancestor had known each other for countless years, but they could still be honest with each other, because it was not their first time contending to become a saint. At the same time, on the other side of the demonic realm in a cave, the primordial ancestor statue trembled violently. The 4 eyes on the monkey's face began to move as though they were alive. Heavenly Law Demon Lord born out of nowhere. Slaughter the world and rid the world of evils. A vast voice came from the primordial ancestor statue. It was emotionless. Next, it began to spin and burrow into the soil before disappearing. Zhou Xuanji was still preaching before the demon realm heart. He did not know if this could help Xian Xianghua. But the demon realm heart must be extremely evil. He must try his best to keep Xian Xianghua calm. Time passed day by day. Most of the living beings in the demonic realm were in Wanshan Great Thousand. After the demon realm's 9 ancestors fell, no other demons came here, including the demonic ancestor. In the beginning, Zhou Xuanji could still communicate with Xian Xianghua. But until now, no matter how he called out to her, Xian Xianghua did not respond. He did not panic, but preached patiently. In such a dangerous situation, his state of mind was elevated to an indescribable level. Chapter 547. Calm in the face of danger. The one he loved was in danger. In such an extreme situation, Zhou Xuanji was attracted by his own Tao voice. He thought about what Xian Xianghua had said. If he failed, then that was fate. Since Xian Xianghua had said so, what reason did he have to stop her? Everyone had their own path and their own choices. After thinking about this, Zhou Xuanji's heart was completely at peace. He entered a mysterious state, and his mouth never stopped. More than 500 magical swords spun rapidly, their speed increasing. Strange characters flashed faintly in the white light, strange and hard to understand. There was a loud bang. The earth wall above them suddenly broke open, and the primordial ancestor statue descended, landing on the demon god's heart. The two eyes on the monkey's face suddenly flew out and entered the demon realm heart. The other two eyes were staring at Zhou Xuanji. Dao! The primordial ancestor statue's voice was so vast that Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes in shock. He narrowed his eyes at the sight of the primordial ancestor statue. Why was the primordial ancestor statue here? Most importantly, the primordial ancestor statue's eyes were staring straight at him. Under the heaven Dao, there's actually someone who's able to comprehend Dao insight, and you even obtained my advancement. Where exactly did you come from? Are you from the origin court? The primordial ancestor statue asked as it looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked back, "Who are you? Why did you disguise it as the primordial ancestor statue for the common people to use?" The primordial ancestor statue replied, "I descended here before the heavenly path was born. I was waiting for the true heavenly path demon monarch to appear. She is the heavenly path demon monarch, but she tried to take the heart of the demonic world in advance, and will suffer a backlash. So I came to help her. I didn't expect you to make the first move, and use the sound of the great Tao to stabilize her will." Heavenly Law Demon Lord? Zhou Xuanji became even more confused. The primordial ancestor statue stared at him and said, "The Heavenly Law Demon Monarch eliminates those with heavy karma for the Heavenly Law. However, she is easily lost due to her power. You are the only existence that can suppress her. I will give my eye to you. From now on, your eyes will be connected, and you can call each other's hearts." After he spoke, the two eyes on the monkey's face suddenly shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji instinctively dodged, and demon god Tianwu also acted. It was a pity that he was unable to block it, and that pair of eyes directly collided with his own. His consciousness instantly fell into darkness. In the depths of the starry sky, there was a stone coffin. Its surface was covered in all kinds of runes, and there was a black dragon coiling around it. The sarcophagus suddenly trembled violently. The black dragon was startled and roared. Immediately after, the black dragon was burned to ashes by the invisible flames, and so were the runes on the surface of the sarcophagus. Boom! The lid of the stone coffin suddenly flew off, revealing a figure. This was a man with 3 heads and 6 arms. He had gray hair and wore old armor. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were golden. His 3 heads looked exactly the same, with a pair of sharp black horns. Primordial ancestor, you are finally willing to show yourself. I did not wait for you for an entire heavenly Tao epic in vain. The golden-eyed man spoke slowly. His voice was strange, causing the entire starry sky to ripple. He suddenly disappeared into the sarcophagus, and the sarcophagus shattered. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji's consciousness finally came back. He opened his eyes, and his pupils turned purple, looking incredibly mystical. He looked at the primordial ancestor statue on top of the demon realm heart. There were only 4 eye sockets left on the monkey's face. It looked extremely horrifying. "Who are you really?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He could sense an endless stream of celestial energy flowing out of his eyes. His eyes absorbed the spiritual qi in the world uncontrollably. The most peculiar thing was that he did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt refreshed. His eyes were cool. With this pair of eyes, his cultivation would grow even faster. "I am the primordial ancestor from the Kunlun origin court. I came to this place because of my enemy's pursuit. To avoid them, I catalyzed the birth of the heavenly law and hastened the formation of the heavenly law universe. Until today, my days are numbered. To perfect the heavenly law, I wanted to create a heavenly law demon lord. That's how we met today," the primordial ancestor statue replied. Its voice was calm and emotionless. Zhou Xuanji's heart rippled. The primordial ancestor played a part in the birth of the heavenly law. The primordial ancestor statue rose up suddenly and disappeared after saying, "Everything has reincarnation. Karma has reincarnation, life and death have reincarnation, and the heavenly law has reincarnation too." The heavenly law has reincarnation? Zhou Xuanji immediately understood what it meant. The heavenly law would be destroyed and rebuilt. The heavenly saints drove everyone crazy because they coexisted with the heavenly law. If the heavenly law was destroyed, the heavenly saints would also fall. To be more precise, all living beings and worlds under the heavenly Tao would be destroyed. Why did the primordial ancestor suddenly say this? Could it be that the time for the destruction of the heavenly Tao was approaching? Zhou Xuanji thought of sage Dao Jing. Why was he in such a hurry to find opportunities to surpass saints? Could it be that he foresaw that the heavenly law was going to be destroyed? Otherwise, with Tian Sheng's personality, it would be normal for him to wait several tens of thousands of years and make thorough preparations before going. As he pondered, he waited for Xian Xianghua to successfully fuse with the demon realm heart. At this moment, a pair of gigantic eyes lit up in the demon realm heart. They were purple just like Zhou Xuanji. Xian Xianghua. Her voice rang out from within. I've already fused with the heart of the devil world, and my fleshly body has been reconstructed. When I come out, I'll control the devil world. This period of time might be very long, so you should return first. I'll hide myself well, and not let the devil ancestor sense me. How long is very long? Zhou Xuanji asked. Xian Xianghua asked. How long can you wait for me? Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation. When the heavenly law is destroyed. At that time, he would bring the people around him to search for the path to Kunlun Origin Court. Xian Xianghua smiled. She thought that this brat was just being glib. Zhou Xuanji turned around and was about to leave. Since Xian Xianghua said that she would not let the devil ancestor discover her, he would believe her. When I come out, I will help you find the heavenly law violet qi and help you become a saint. Xian Xianghua said again, which made Zhou Xuanji shake his head and laugh. He looked back at the eyes in the demon realm heart and asked, You don't want to become a saint? To become a saint, many brothers and companions had killed each other. Xian Xianghua replied, If you become a saint, what's the difference between you and me? Zhou Xuanji smiled and disappeared on the spot. The purple eyes in the demon realm heart disappeared too. Everything returned to normal. Zhou Xuanji escaped beyond the 5 elements and left the demon realm. He headed toward Wanshan Great Thousand through the dark void between the worlds. Along the way he studied his eyes. When he focused his divine will on his eyes would turn scorching hot. It was as though a horrifying power was about to explode from his eyes. He did not try to make his eyes explode, because he had a premonition that if he used the power of his eyes without permission, there would be dire consequences. This premonition came from his instinct. Half a year later, he returned to the old immortal's temple. Before he could speak, the old immortal's voice came. You are in big trouble. Chapter 548. Zhou Xuanji was not scared by the old immortal and calmly asked, Senior, please guide me. Meeting the primordial ancestor was definitely not just a fortuitous encounter. The primordial ancestor had said that he was being chased by his enemies. Just what kind of enemy could force the primordial ancestor into such a state? Also, the reason why the primordial ancestor had given them the eye was definitely not as simple as helping them suppress the heavenly law demon lord. Perhaps he wanted to divert the trouble to someone else. The primordial ancestor came from the Kunlun Origin Court and disappeared a long time ago. I didn't expect that he would appear before the heavenly Daos. The enemy he offended is definitely an existence that surpasses the heavenly Daos. He gave you his eyes because he wants to escape. His body is no longer here, and only his eyes are left. Since you have these eyes, you can't escape from him. With his current ability, he couldn't stop the powerhouses of the Kunlun Origin Court at all. Is there a way to break it? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could not pluck out his eyes. If he did, he would become blind. He had yet to cultivate any techniques or divine abilities that could reconstruct his body. Let's wait and see what happens first. Try not to use your eyes. Your beautiful woman is also in the heart of the demon world, and won't come out for a while. That powerhouse of the Kunlun Origin Court won't easily enter the heavenly law. After all, the heavenly law is also controlled by someone. But if you use the power of your eyes, he will lock onto you immediately and use his supreme divine ability to teleport you out. The old immortal muttered, and Zhou Xuanji nodded. Who was the one controlling the heavenly Tao? He suddenly felt that all living beings under the heavenly law were frogs at the bottom of a well, including the heavenly saints. Who would have thought that the heavenly axiom with the highest status was actually in the hands of another existence? What counts as using my eyes? I'm using my eyes to communicate with her. Does that count? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. The demon realm heart was the origin of the demons, and Xian Xianghua could easily become bedeviled. His eyes might really be able to help her. The old immortal replied, "This doesn't count as using. It only counts as communicating with your eyes. Using means that you use your eyes to kill your enemies." Zhou Xuanji nodded, bowed and left. His top priority now was to quickly become stronger and reach Universe Heaven level 18 as soon as possible. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword towards the battlefield between the humans and demons. Half a month later, he arrived at the eastern battlefield of the Center God Province. With the tyrannical might of the primordial chaos sword Shadow, he killed millions of evil demons. His cultivation was still a bit away from Universe Heaven level 13. Another month passed. He descended on another battlefield and killed 8 million demons. His cultivation level finally broke through to Universe Heaven level 13. 20 days later, he came to the north of the Center God Province and fought 3 demon emperors and 5 million powerful demons alone. He killed all of them with his sword and broke through to Universe Heaven level 14. The demon race had gone mad, and so had the Center God Province. Both races were discussing Zhou Xuanji's name. The demons hated him so much that they gnashed their teeth, while the living beings of the Center God Province cheered for him. The Sword Emperor is too powerful. How did he become so strong? Ha ha ha. The devil race can't even compare to a single person from our Center God Province. With the Sword Emperor taking action, our Center God Province will have fewer casualties. With the Sword Emperor's strength, can he also participate in the fight to become a saint? With these achievements, Zhou Xuanji became the most powerful cultivator in the Center God Province. His name shook the Wanshan Great Thousand, and he became a powerful cultivator in the world. This day, Zhou Xuanji walked in the wilderness and looked at the sceneries along the way. The fragrance of flowers and grass made him feel refreshed, and there was a gentle breeze. As he walked, he comprehended the Tao and never stopped. His sword Tao rules were growing steadily. He liked this alternative way of cultivation. As his Tao will grew, his aura began to assimilate with the heavens and the earth. Like the flowers and grass by the roadside, it was hard for others to notice him. As his reputation grew, more and more Emperor Sword Court disciples began to walk the Center God Province, especially the second-generation disciples. Not everyone wanted to ascend. They wanted to come to the Great Thousand World as soon as possible, so that they could save on the time and cost of cultivation. Zhou Xuanji did not stop them. He was very lenient with his disciples. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. Su Yang, Xiao Jinghong's disciple, the eldest senior apprentice brother of the second-generation disciples. Daoya old man said that he was the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator, which was why Zhou Xuanji accepted him. Until today, he had not awakened. Su Yang was 100 miles away. He was following a group of young disciples. He was wrapped around a beautiful lady in a white dress, and he could not stop laughing. "Feifei, you really don't believe me? My grand teacher really is Zhou Xuanji. I'm also from the northern wilderness region." Su Yang's face was full of smiles as he continuously spoke, causing the lady in the white dress to frown. The surrounding disciples could not bear to watch anymore. A young and arrogant male disciple stood out and shouted, "Brat, don't bother our eldest senior apprentice sister anymore, or else I'll kill you." Su Yang's cultivation was now at second tribulation scattered immortal. He might be able to dominate a region in the northern wilderness region, but he was nothing in the Center God Province. These cultivators were also great tribulation scattered immortals, and they came from a third-rate faction. Su Yang glared at the male disciple and harumphed as he said, "Let me tell you, if your eldest senior apprentice sister marries me, your fowls and dogs will rise to the heavens. I advise you to be more respectful and help me persuade your eldest senior apprentice sister." Towards the end, he became quite pleased. The lady in the white dress coldly harumphed and said mockingly, "How could the Sword Emperor have a grand disciple like you? Your cultivation is about the same as ours. Why would he like you? Just because you're so shameless?" Su Yang chuckled and said, "That's true." In the distance, Zhou Xuanji shook his head. This boy was ruining his reputation. However, he could not be bothered to bicker with him. Even though Su Yang was shameless, he was not a despicable person who would kidnap women. Moreover, he might not be able to defeat these cultivators. After thinking about that, Zhou Xuanji continued to comprehend Tao. After a while, Su Yang and the others left. Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped, and figures suddenly rose up from the ground around him. Demons. These demons were surrounded by demonic qi, and only their blood-red eyes could be seen, making them look incredibly terrifying. "Sword Emperor, you've killed so many of our demon race's youths. You won't be able to escape today." One of the demons spoke, his voice filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you think you can kill me?" Even though he could not see through these demons' cultivations, he could sense that they were not very powerful. At most, they were at connecting heaven level 2. "Of course we can." At that moment, another voice sounded out, and Zhou Xuanji immediately narrowed his eyes. Ruined Demon Emperor. The Ruined Demon Emperor, who was dressed in blood-red robes, rose up, her white hair fluttering in the wind as she stared at Zhou Xuanji. It was not just her. A terrifying figure descended from the sky and landed behind the demons. He was 300 meters tall and looked like a mountain. He wore heavy black armor and a helmet that looked like a bull's head. His expression was cold, and he had a full beard. His eyes were dark, and his eyes danced with a cold light. Chapter 549. Tell me your name. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He directly activated the 9-soul fusion technique and fused with demon god Tianwu. His aura suddenly changed, causing the demon's heart to jump. The 1,000-foot fiend said in a deep voice, "I am Fiend Celestial Yukuan." He did not act immediately. Zhou Xuanji's battle achievements were too shocking. He looked ferocious, but he felt a little uneasy in his heart. The ruined demon emperor's gaze was complicated. Back then, she had almost killed Zhou Xuanji, and she had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would become so powerful after 20 years. She suspected that Zhou Xuanji was lying to her on purpose. She shuddered at the thought of the possibility. If Zhou Xuanji had used his full power, she would have been dead for sure. Zhou Xuanji took out all of his legendary swords, causing the demons to retreat in fear. Seeing their expressions, Zhou Xuanji could not help but shake his head and smile as he said, "Is this the attitude that you want to kill me?" He was obviously very scared, but he had to pretend to be fierce. Demon God Yukuan said in a low voice, "Zhou Xuanji, how did you grow so quickly? I heard that you obtained the corpse of one of the 10 great ancient devil gods. The heavenly Wu devil god?" Zhou Xuanji asked. "Who are you waiting for? Fiend ancestor?" If it was the demonic ancestor, then that was fine. He could remove a threat for Xian Xianghua in advance. If the devil ancestor found out that Xian Xianghua obtained the devil realm heart, he would definitely be furious. Demon God Yukuan frowned, and seemed to agree with Zhou Xuanji's words. Whoosh! The divine sword suddenly moved, directly using Sword Dao rules. Sword light flashed through the heavens and earth, and all of the demons around Zhou Xuanji were killed. Apart from Demon God Yukuan and the ruined Demon Emperor, everyone else was killed. Demon God Yukuan and the ruined Demon Emperor were only left with their souls, and they quickly retreated far away from Zhou Xuanji. How is this possible? What was that just now? The ruined Demon Emperor's face was filled with panic as he shouted in a trembling voice. Demon God Yukuan was also given a big fright, and his gaze towards Zhou Xuanji was filled with shock. He finally understood why Zhou Xuanji could kill Duyishan. How terrifying! He didn't see clearly what was going on with that sword just now. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Your reinforcements are not here yet? If you don't come, you'll all die." Demon God Yukuan and the ruined Demon Emperor's faces darkened. They wanted to run away, but their plan would be ruined if they did. Why isn't that guy here yet? Could it be that he was deliberately tricking them? "Zhou Xuanji, you are really arrogant." A familiar chilling laughter came. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw the demonic emperor in the sky, looking down at him. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Why aren't you dead yet?" The demonic emperor's face darkened immediately. Zhou Xuanji's behavior made him feel very uncomfortable. He wasn't shocked or angry, just curious. It was as if he was curious about an ant that had been trampled to death and wanted to step on it again. This brat humiliated him. The demonic emperor raised his hands and roared. Rumble! The ground shook, and strands of blood qi appeared on the ground within a radius of 100 miles. Looking down from the sky, these blood qi formed runes and formed a formation. In the distance, Su Yang and the others looked back in horror. What's that? That scream just now. Someone is fighting. The sword light from before was so terrifying. This is a formation? Who's in the formation? It's too strong. Do you feel that terrifying pressure? The young disciples cried out in alarm. Su Yang and the white-dressed woman were also very flustered. They quickly left, distancing themselves from the blood qi formation. The demonic emperor looked down at Zhou Xuanji from high above and said, "This is the blood spirit god sealing formation. Below the heavenly saints, no one can break through it. Zhou Xuanji, you're dead for sure." Blood spirit god sealing formation? It sounded very impressive. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, and looked at the formation around him. Demon god Yukuan and the ruined demon emperor let out a sigh of relief. The demonic emperor had finally come. Demonic emperor, can't you act faster? The ruined demon emperor complained. Their bodies had been destroyed, and their subordinates had all died. This kind of casualty made her feel quite displeased. Demon god Yukuan also frowned as he looked at the demonic emperor. If it wasn't for killing Zhou Xuanji, the demon race's target would have been the demonic emperor. The demonic emperor disdainfully laughed, and did not bother to reply. If he was selfish, he could have appeared after these two fellows died. Yet they did not know how to be grateful. The demon race was only SOO. Zhou Xuanji asked in curiosity, "Why didn't you die?" Back then, he did not feel that the demonic emperor was a clone, nor did his soul escape. The demonic emperor coldly laughed and said, "Because my demon god's body has the ability to split. I already split a body. Do you understand?" Split? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. There should be some drawbacks to splitting. Otherwise, the demonic emperor could have created countless demon god bodies to attack him. Either his strength would decrease after splitting, or he would only be able to split one body, no more. That was why he kept them alive. After Zhou Xuanji understood, he slowly rose up and prepared to charge toward the demonic emperor. "It's impossible for you to break through the blood spirit god sealing formation." The demonic emperor laughed mockingly. The blood spirit god sealing formation was formed from the blood and flesh of many living creatures, and it possessed the power of the heavenly Tao's restrictions. Bang! The sword Tao rules suddenly exploded, and dispersed the souls of the ruined demon emperor and demon god Yukuan. Quick! Extremely fast. He was so fast that the blood spirit god sealing formation could not stop him in time. The demonic emperor's eyes widened as he said in a trembling voice, "How is this possible?" At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly charged at him. The blood spirit god sealing formation was activated. The blood qi turned into a gigantic net and blocked Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shot through the blood net like an arrow. With the cultivation-absorbing demon sealer in his right hand, he pierced through the demonic emperor's chest. "You!" The demonic emperor was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. How did Zhou Xuanji do it? "Don't forget what you said just now. No one below the heavenly saint can break it." Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said with a smile. He had comprehended the Tao will. Although he was not as powerful as the heavenly saints, his mental state surpassed the heavenly law. How could the blood spirit god sealing formation stop him? The demonic emperor was shocked by his words. Could Zhou Xuanji have already reached the heavenly saint stage? Impossible. He did not have the heavenly law violet qi. How could he become a saint? Hold on. Until now, there was no trace of the heavenly law violet qi. Could this brat have already obtained it? In that instant, all sorts of thoughts flashed in the demonic emperor's mind, and he became more and more terrified. Zhou Xuanji used the Tianxia map to suck out the demonic emperor's soul. What are you trying to do? The demonic emperor asked with gritted teeth. He was already prepared to die, but Zhou Xuanji only sucked out his soul. This brat wanted his demon god's body. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and destroyed his soul before putting away the demon god's body. After that, he turned and left, quickly disappearing from the world. A while later, an old monk with a face full of spots appeared in the air. He looked down at the blood chi on the ground and muttered with a deep frown. Blood spirit god sealing formation. Someone can break this formation? And demonic chi. He pinched his fingers and divined, trying to find out who broke the blood spirit god sealing formation. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find out. He did count the demonic emperor. Chapter 550. In a cave, Zhou Xuanji first adjusted the magic energy in his body. After absorbing the magic energy of the demonic emperor, ruined demon emperor, and demon god Yuquan, although he could not break through to universe heaven level 15 directly, he was one step closer to his goal. After that, he used the soul division technique on the demonic emperor's demon god body. He took out the ancient god sword and communicated with the 7 souls. Without demon lord Ryuan and Lu Wuji, the souls of the mighty figures still hadn't calmed down. That was because Emperor Zhao was here. Yo, I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you could kill the demonic emperor so easily. Speaking of which, what power did you obtain to be able to seal our senses? Emperor Zhao spoke first, his tone filled with curiosity. It had only been 20 years, but Zhou Xuanji had undergone such a drastic change. He could not understand it. Zhou Xuanji replied, I only obtained a divine ability. Do you know who this demon god body belongs to? It can split. Sovereign Xian cried out in shock. It can split? Could it be demon god Nanming? If it's him, then the demonic emperor might still be alive. Dao Lord Xiantian said indifferently, It's okay. As long as I possess this demon god's body, I can devour the demonic emperor, because the split body will be more powerful. The other body is only for survival. The demonic emperor must be confident that no one can obtain the demon god's body other than him, let alone refine 2 demon god bodies into duplicates. Zhou Xuanji was in deep thought. It would be best if he could devour the demonic emperor. If this guy were to live, he would be a disaster. 2 days later, he successfully refined demon god Nanming into a duplicate. He stored the ancient god sword and activated the 9-soul fusion technique. In an instant, the 3 bodies merged into one, and he sensed unprecedented power. It was more than twice as much as before. As for the 9-soul fusion technique, he would not tell the soul of the Almighty, in case they became enemies one day. That would be bad. Very well, let me find out where you are. Zhou Xuanji smiled and closed his eyes to sense where the other demon god Nanming's body was. Beyond the heavens, in the vast starry sky, the demonic emperor was resting in his palace. After being severely injured by Zhou Xuanji, he completely gave up on finding trouble with Zhou Xuanji. He had to rest well and recover his power. At this moment, he suddenly felt uneasy. What's going on? This feeling. The demonic emperor frowned as he thought to himself. His heartbeat inexplicably sped up. He did not connect it to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had obtained his demon god's body, and if he wanted to possess it, it would take a long time. How many days had it only been? Could it be that there were other enemies who wanted to find trouble with him? He frowned and waved his right hand. The walls on both sides of the palace suddenly opened, and stone coffins were pushed out. The lids of the stone coffins opened, and the bodies of demon gods of Nanming stood up. Demon god Nanming could only split one body at a time. He used a special method to preserve those split bodies, turning them into his puppets to fight for him. No matter who it was, they had to kneel in front of so many Nanming fiend celestials. There was a loud bang. The palace gate suddenly burst open, and a figure shining with a powerful aura rushed over. It was Zhou Xuanji. It had taken him 6 days to find this place. In order to prevent the demonic emperor from noticing, he had used the 9-soul fusion technique in advance to attack. Seeing that it was Zhou Xuanji, the demonic emperor stood up and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" He was a little panicked. Zhou Xuanji was too powerful and unfathomable. What if Zhou Xuanji could really defeat his demon gods? He did not get up, but a black shadow appeared behind him and disappeared into the darkness. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji used sword Dao rules. Boom! The entire palace exploded and turned into ashes. All the demon gods of Nanming were dead without leaving a trace of flesh behind. Zhou Xuanji walked out from the explosion. He could not be sure if the demonic emperor was really dead, but he had dealt with the demon gods' bodies. Even if the demonic emperor was still alive, he was just a remnant soul. Without tens of thousands of years, he would not be able to cause any trouble again. Zhou Xuanji wandered around the starry sky, quickly to see if the demonic emperor would show up again. He only left after an hour. Beneath the demon realm, the demon ancestor levitated before the demon realm heart with a deep frown. When he knew that the demon realm 9 ancestors had fallen, he was enraged and sent his subordinates to kill Zhou Xuanji. As for Xian Xianghua, she was too weak and could not be detected by him. He could only sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. The demon realm heart is very calm, abnormally calm. The demon ancestor mumbled to himself. The demon ancestor muttered to himself. He had a nagging feeling that something had gone wrong with the heart of the demon realm. However, he was unable to enter the heart of the demon realm and could only wait. He sat down cross-legged in the air and stared at the demon realm heart as he fell into deep thought. 6 hours later, a demon appeared beside him and knelt down in the air. He cupped his fists and said, "Primogenitor, the ruined demon emperor and demon god Yukuan are dead. Even the demonic emperor died at Zhou Xuanji's hands." Having heard this, the demon ancestor opened his eyes. A ferocious glint flashed in his eyes. "Very good," he said coldly. Back when Zhou Xuanji used the primordial ancestor statue, he had already noticed it. He had high hopes for Zhou Xuanji back then, but he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to become a great enemy of the demon race. A trace of regret welled up in his heart. Zhou Xuanji flew in the starry sky. He deactivated the 9 soul fusion technique and headed toward Wanshan Great Thousand. He did not think about the demonic emperor, but about Sage Daojing. Sage Daojing had left for so long. He did not know if he had found the path to becoming a saint. One day he would probably pursue that path as well. However, he would not wander aimlessly. He already knew about the existence of Kunlun Origin Court. Just as he was thinking, a beam of light flew past him and quickly disappeared. What was that? He mumbled with a frown. He immediately sped up and chased after it. The other party's target was most likely Wanshan Great Thousand, so he had to catch up. However, he was soon left behind. Such speed. Who was that? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself curiously as he chased after it at full speed. On the other side, before Wanshan Great Thousand, the beam of light stopped. As the radiance dissipated, an old man with an iron staff appeared. His face was cold, and he looked like a wolf. He wore a gray robe and looked at Wanshan Great Thousand with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He raised his iron staff and mumbled, "Sage Daojing, you owe me this." Just as he spoke, countless asteroids in the starry sky flew toward him. They brushed past him, broke through the light barrier on Wanshan Great Thousand and fell. He wanted to destroy Wanshan Great Thousand. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, he heard a series of explosions coming from Wanshan Great Thousand. The light barrier on the surface of Wanshan Great Thousand rippled violently. Old Ancestor Hongshur appeared behind him suddenly and said with a deep voice, "Heavenly Lord Xiantai, what are you doing?" He was burning with rage. A gigantic red lion head rose from his back and roared at Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Heavenly Lord Xiantai looked back at him furiously and said, "You dare to ask me what I'm doing? What did you and Sage Daojing do to me?" Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 551. Hearing Heavenly Lord Xuantia's words, old Ancestor Hongshur's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "How can a battle between heavenly saints affect the people of a world?" Heavenly Lord Xiantai laughed. "Sage Daojing has already escaped. Could it be that you can stretch out your head and let me hit you?" His smile was extremely cold. As soon as he came out of seclusion, he discovered that his treasure had been taken away, and the disciples guarding it had all disappeared. He knew who did it as soon as he divined. Old ancestor Hongshi let out a sigh. You treated me the same way back then. In your words, don't be a sore loser. Heavenly Lord Xuantia's expression was ugly, and he did not know how to respond. One meteorite after another smashed into Wanshan Great Thousand. Old ancestor Hongshi immediately waved his hand and shattered the incoming meteorites. He had promised Sage Daojing that he would protect the Wanshan Great Thousand. How could he allow Heavenly Lord Xiantai to destroy the Wanshan Great Thousand? Old ancestor Hongshi, since that's the case, let's have a duel. Heavenly Lord Xiantai pointed his iron staff at old ancestor Hongshi and said in a deep voice. Old ancestor Hongshi gritted his teeth and said, All right. The two heavenly saints turned around and entered the void, preparing to fight. Soon, a shockwave visible to the naked eye swept over from the depths of the universe, sweeping through countless stars. Zhou Xuanji, who was rushing toward Wanshan Great Thousand, could not dodge in time, and was struck by the shockwave from the heavenly saints' battle. He was crushed into pieces instantly. In his panic, he quickly executed the celestial devil rebirth technique, and escaped at an extremely fast speed. That guy seemed to be. Old ancestor Hongshi's expression was strange. They had actually killed Sage Daojing's most precious genius. His eyes were filled with anger. He was prepared to take Zhou Xuanji in. You lunatic! You are a heavenly saint! Patriarch Hongshi roared and his aura erupted. Both of his palms slammed towards Heavenly Lord Xiantai in a frenzy. One after another, giant red palms that were bigger than stars struck towards Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Empyrean Xiantai brandished his metal staff, blocking all of these attacks. What's wrong with that guy? Heavenly Lord Xiantai was baffled. Just a moment ago, old ancestor Hongshi still had an awkward look on his face, but in the blink of an eye, he became furious, as if he had killed his son. Wanshan Great Thousand suddenly descended with countless meteorites, causing terrifying destruction to the land and sea. The large sects were still fine as they could use their formations to defend, but the other sects, dynasties, and empires could not defend at all. The Divine Cliff was also bombarded by the group of meteorites. Their formations couldn't stop them at all, and the floating islands were destroyed one after another. The impact was extremely powerful. Fortunately, there weren't many meteorites in this area, so the Divine Cliff's army wasn't completely annihilated. Yang Yutian floated in the dust that filled the sky. He raised his head and looked confused. What the hell happened this time? He thought that another enemy was targeting the Divine Cliff, but little did he know that the entire Wanshan Great Thousand was suffering. Even the abodes of the mighty figures in the 33 heavens were affected. The world was in chaos. At the border of the Center God province, Gu Tianxia pushed away the rocks on his body, looked at the boy and asked, Are you okay? The boy looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. His head and face were covered in dirt. He resisted the urge to cry and answered, I'm fine. Gu Tianxia carried him and soared into the sky above the clouds. The two looked around. The entire land was covered in smoke, and there were craters left by the meteorites everywhere. The forests were on fire, as though it was the end of the world. What's going on? Gu Tianxia frowned and looked up at the sky. He could sense a powerful might pressing down on the 33 heavens. Powerful cultivators were fighting. The meteorites attacking the Wanshan Great Thousand alarmed many powerful cultivators. They flew out to check on the situation, and saw old ancestor Hongshi and Heavenly Lord Xiantai fighting from afar. They were so frightened that they hid in the Wanshan Great Thousand. Soon, news of the battle between heavenly saints spread across the Wanshan Great Thousand. Immediately, everyone in the Wanshan Great Thousand was terrified. A heavenly saint was targeting the Wanshan Great Thousand? The various races retreated to their own independent worlds, and did not dare to fight in the Wanshan Great Thousand. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the blue sky. The meteor flew toward that direction, and landed in front of a mountain gate. When the light dissipated, a naked newborn baby was revealed. He was lying on the ground, staring at the sky with a gloomy gaze. It was Zhou Xuanji after his rebirth. What the hell is going on? Before he could understand the situation, he almost died. Even with his good mental state, he could not help but feel depressed. He took out a set of white clothes and covered his body. He took a deep breath and was prepared to leave. At this moment, a little monk carrying a basket walked up to him. He was stunned when he saw Zhou Xuanji and quickly ran over. He looked like he was only a little over 10 years old. His eyes were small, and he looked simple and honest. He sized up Zhou Xuanji and was delighted in his heart. He then looked around and mumbled, "Who left such a cute child here?" It was not his first time seeing an orphan, because he was an orphan himself. He called out a few times. After making sure that no one was around, he carried Zhou Xuanji and left. Zhou Xuanji did not resist. He could recover his power soon anyway, so he might as well experience the world. It had been a long time since he felt like a mortal. Half an hour later, the little monk brought Zhou Xuanji to a wooden hut. He placed Zhou Xuanji on the bed and mumbled, "Master is not here again. Sigh, I have to chop firewood again." After that, he poured a bowl of water and fed Zhou Xuanji a mouthful before getting up and leaving. Zhou Xuanji lay on the bed and fell into deep thought. To be able to destroy his physical body so easily, the other party was definitely a sky sage. Either that, or they were enemies of the primordial ancestor. However, he had never used his eyes, so how could he have attracted that person's attention? It could only be a heavenly saint. Could a heavenly saint be targeting the Wanshan Great Thousand? Zhou Xuanji sent his consciousness into the 24-ranked deep black lotus. In the world of the lotus, he was like a god, and he could communicate with all creatures spiritually. He found Jiang Shui and asked about the situation. After learning that the heavenly saints were indeed fighting outside the Wanshan Great Thousand, he fell into deep thought. It seemed that Sage Daojing had not wiped his butt clean before leaving. He did not tell Jiang Shui about his situation. In 10 years at most, he would be able to return to his peak, so there was no need to worry. Just like that, he lived with the little monk. The little monk also had a master who was fat, and in his 40s or 50s. He was always immersed in wine, and didn't look like a monk at all. The way they got along was very similar to how Jiang Shui and her grandmother got along. The older one only knew how to drag the younger one down. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The little monk realized in astonishment that this kid had grown so quickly. "Xiaoya, you seem to have an extraordinary background. Don't tell me you come from a big clan?" The little monk carried Zhou Xuanji and asked curiously. This place belonged to another great thousand world. The little monk and the old monk did not know what it was called, because they were only mortals after all. "Don't call me Xiaoya." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes as he was lifted into the air. Chapter 552. Zhou Xuanji ran under a tree not too far away, and continued to think about life. The little monk was not surprised, and he shook his head and smiled before turning to chop firewood. Through the 24-ranked deep black lotus, Zhou Xuanji knew that the heavenly saint was still fighting. The holy might lasted for a year, causing the Wanshan Great Thousand's meteorological phenomena to change. The ground collapsed, and disasters appeared one after another, torturing the people of the Wanshan Great Thousand. This also caused the war to stop. No one knew how long the battle between the two heavenly saints would last. If they continued fighting, the Wanshan Great Thousand would definitely be destroyed. Zhou Xuanji was not anxious. He could not defeat a heavenly saint anyway. As he grew up day by day, the little monk and the old monk could no longer remain calm. This kid was growing too fast like a freak. Most importantly, Zhou Xuanji's calmness was unlike that of a child. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji had already grown into a young man, and the little monk had also grown up, but he was only a head taller than Zhou Xuanji. Freak. The old monk lay on the rocking chair and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he muttered to himself while drinking wine, looking quite pleased. Zhou Xuanji was already used to it and ignored him. For the past 6 years, he had watched the two monks live a boring and ordinary life every day, and his heart had become even more peaceful. He had the feeling that he was watching a person's life. He had never experienced such a feeling from Zhou Xiaoxian, because he hadn't paid attention to it before. The little monk walked over with a pile of firewood on his back. After putting down the firewood, he wiped the sweat off his face and said, "Little Ya, don't go into the mountains for now. There are more and more ferocious beasts." Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly. He also noticed that the spiritual qi in the world was gradually increasing. He reckoned that a great change was coming to this world. Perhaps it was because of his appearance. After all, he possessed the heavenly law violet qi. Speaking of which, the celestial devil rebirth technique was indeed very profound. Even if his corporeal body was destroyed, everything in his body would be transferred to another world at an extraordinary speed along with his soul. He often wondered if Xian Xianghua's ancestor was really that powerful. Could the celestial devil rebirth technique have another origin? Therefore, he started to study the celestial devil rebirth technique. 3 years ago, he had made demon god Nanming cultivate the great sun heavenly devil rebirth technique, but it had yet to be mastered. He didn't know what changes would happen after mastering it. Division and rebirth? He was looking forward to it. This is an ominous sign. Who knows, we might just die one day. The old monk shouted, looking like he was drunk. The little monk shook his head and walked up to Zhou Xuanji. He took out an apple and smiled as he said, "I exchanged this with a woodcutter. It's very sweet." He had always treated Zhou Xuanji as his younger brother. Although this younger brother was very mature and did not like to act spoiled to him, he still liked him. Zhou Xuanji took the apple and asked, "What are your plans for the future?" The little monk was taken aback for a moment before he smiled and said, "I'll raise you first." "And then?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The little monk sank into deep thought. He had followed the old monk since he was young and had never seen the world. Even if he was asked to name a goal, he wouldn't be able to. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb him and let him think about it himself. Everyone had their own path, and he would not force the little monk to follow him. An ordinary life was not necessarily inferior to the long road of cultivation. After thinking for a while, the little monk was still unable to come up with an idea. Then, the old monk instructed him to boil water. This small interlude changed the young monk's fate. From then on, he often thought about life. At night, he would look up at the starry sky with Zhou Xuanji speechless. He fell in love with this state of being lost in thought. This made the old monk very angry. Every night, he would see these two silly boys in a daze, which made him very angry. No one was teasing an old man like him. In the blink of an eye, another 4 years passed. Zhou Xuanji had completely recovered to his peak state. Universe Heaven Level 15. This was his cultivation stage. He was 281 years old, and the legendary swords he obtained were all below ancient gazing. Although they did not increase his power, they were still legendary swords. On this day, he prepared to leave. The battle between the heavenly saints above the Wanshan Great Thousand had ended, but the damage done to the Wanshan Great Thousand could not be recovered. Before he left, he found the little monk who was chopping firewood. The little monk from back then had grown up and become a robust young man. His face was still simple and honest. Zhou Xuanji stood on a tree and called out, "Hey, I'm leaving." Having heard this, the little monk looked back at him and asked, "Where are you going?" Ever since he started thinking about life with Zhou Xuanji, he had become very mature, as though he had been tempered by time. "Home," Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. The little monk frowned, and a look of reluctance appeared in his eyes. He had always treated Zhou Xuanji as his family. He watched Zhou Xuanji grow up, but he understood that Zhou Xuanji had a powerful background and would leave sooner or later. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of him and asked, "Do you have the ambition to pursue immortality?" The little monk fell into silence. His heart was filled with shock. Could Zhou Xuanji be the reincarnation of an immortal? Zhou Xuanji tapped his forehead and imparted the World Buddha art to him. The World Buddha art was created by Gu Tianxia, and Zhou Xuanji was not the only one who had a chance in the world. So what if there was one more? Moreover, he had already acknowledged the little monk in his heart. After he imparted the art, he suddenly said, "My name is Zhou Xuanji. Do you want to give yourself a name?" The little monk was picked up by the old monk. He did not have a name since he was young, so the old monk called him Big Ya while he called Zhou Xuanji Little Ya. The little monk opened his eyes with a complicated expression. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, "How about I call myself Zhou Tianji?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him, and his body blurred as he disappeared. "If we are fated to meet again, we will meet again. Thank you for taking care of me for 10 years. Zhou Xuanji's voice reverberated in the forest. The little monk put down the hatchet in his hand and looked at his hands. "What is my path?" he mumbled. After bidding farewell to the little monk, Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword and traveled around this mortal realm. Compared to the northern wilderness region, this mortal realm's cultivation civilization was far behind. It was like ancient China. The most powerful cultivator in the world was only at astral infant, and he was the only one in the world. After traveling around this world, Zhou Xuanji flew out of the 5 elements and traveled in the void. His current goal was to reach Universe Heaven level 18 as soon as possible. Soon, he came to the vast universe. This time he flew very carefully. He did not want to be reborn for another 10 years. After flying for a while, a silhouette appeared in front of him and blocked his way. It was old ancestor Hongshi. "Heavenly Saint?" Zhou Xuanji asked. "Isn't my luck too bad? Or did the Heavenly Saint already sense the heavenly law violet chi in his body?" Old ancestor Hongshi clicked his tongue in wonder and asked, "Brat, what energy technique did you cultivate? You reconstructed your body so quickly, and your cultivation has already recovered completely." Zhou Xuanji did not reply, but thought about how to deal with it. Old ancestor Hongshi snorted. "Don't be nervous. Just now it was because Heavenly Lord Xiantai went crazy. Do you want revenge?" Chapter 553. Facing old ancestor Hongshi's question, Zhou Xuanji straightforwardly replied, "No. Asking him to provoke a heaven saint now would be courting death." Old ancestor Hongshi squinted his eyes and smiled. "Heavenly Lord Xiantai swore to destroy the Wanshan Great Thousand. I fought him to a draw, but he definitely won't let this go." Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, "What do you want? Tell me." Old ancestor Hongshi didn't show any hostility. Instead, there was a look of admiration in his eyes, which allowed him to figure out what he meant. "If you become my pawn, I can help you search for the heavenly law violet chi, and help you become a martial sage. How about it?" Patriarch Hongshi said with a chuckle. He went straight to the point and stated his intentions. Zhou Xuanji asked, "As your chess piece, I have to oppose Heavenly Lord Xiantai." Old ancestor Hongshi glared at him and said snappily, "Are you that scared?" Zhou Xuanji sighed. It wasn't good to be too outstanding. Wherever he went, there would be people who wanted to snatch him away. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you have a way for me to quickly reach Universe Heaven level 18? Old ancestor Hongshi said angrily, "Don't even think of taking shortcuts. I'll give you a mission. Unify the Wanshan Great Thousand and possess its fate." Zhou Xuanji asked why. Although he was very strong, he did not have the urge to control the Wanshan Great Thousand at the moment. Emperor Sword Court was still developing, and he did not want to take too big of a step. Old ancestor Hongshi said profoundly, "Fate is the only thing that heavenly saints fight for. Once Sage Daojing leaves, the other heavenly saints will definitely fight for it. However, as heavenly saints, we cannot personally act. I can't do it myself." What was Heavenly Lord Xiantai doing? Old ancestor Hongshi did not explain. He said, "When you dominate the Wanshan Great Thousand, I will teach you divine abilities and supreme treasures, making you invincible below the heavenly saints." After that, old ancestor Hongshi left in a hurry. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. Who is this guy? He didn't even leave his name when he was assigned the mission, nor did he mention how long he would take to complete the mission. He was too lazy to think too much about it, and continued on his way to Wanshan Great Thousand. In the vast starry sky, 8 figures stood side by side. Among them were old ancestor Hongshi and Heavenly Lord Xiantai. They were the 8 heavenly saints. Their expressions were solemn, as they looked into the depths of the universe. "Can you feel it?" Heavenly Lord Xiantai said in a deep voice, feeling uneasy. The other 7 heavenly saints nodded. They had all sensed an extremely dangerous aura at the end of the universe. They didn't dare to approach, and could only watch from afar. Could there really be other existences outside of the heavenly law? Didn't Sage Daojing go to search for the path to transcend saints? Could that aura be him? Impossible. Even if Reverend Daojing obtained a fortuitous encounter, it is impossible for him to completely transform. Are there any anomalies above the 36th layer of heaven? What should we do? Do you want to take a look? The heavenly saints began to discuss. Some wanted to investigate, while others felt that they could not take the risk. The heavenly saints did not know what to do with this mysterious and unknown existence. In the end, none of them had the courage to step out. The reason why heavenly saints were immortal was because they were attached to the heavenly law. If they left the range of the heavenly Tao's control, they would be in danger of dying. The other side, Zhou Xuanji returned to Wanshan Great Thousand. The current Wanshan Great Thousand was very quiet. There was no sign of war, and all the factions were conserving their strength. The powerful beings in the world seemed to have gone into hiding, and even if Zhou Xuanji wanted to become more powerful, he could not find a way. After traveling around the Wanshan Great Thousand for several months, he returned to the Divine Cliff. He first went to find Yang Yutian. After more than a decade, Yang Yutian looked much older. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was back, he was very excited. He held Zhou Xuanji's wrist and asked, "Brother Zhou, there are rumors that the Wanshan Great Thousand offended the heavenly saints and will be destroyed soon. Is this true?" Everyone in the Divine Cliff was in a state of panic, and so were all living beings in the world. Facing the heavenly saints, no matter how powerful one was, it was not enough. So in just a decade, many powerful beings had left the Wanshan Great Thousand to find another way out. The Divine Cliff was not powerful enough. Even if they wanted to migrate, they could not. They could only go down to the mortal realm. But if the Wanshan Great Thousand was destroyed, the mortal realm that was connected to it would not be able to escape either. "Don't worry," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. "I will protect the Wanshan Great Thousand from now on." He told Yang Yutian his plan. Next, he would promote his way of the sword in the Wanshan Great Thousand and strengthen Emperor Sword Court until he dominated the Wanshan Great Thousand. When that time came, the Divine Cliff would rise as well. After Yang Yutian heard him, he was a little disappointed at first. But after some thought, he became excited again. Zhou Xuanji not conquering the world on behalf of the Divine Cliff was a good thing for him. Otherwise, with the difference in power between him and Zhou Xuanji, he would have to give up his position. If the Divine Cliff depended on Emperor Sword Court, not only could it grow stronger, but he would still be the Cliff Lord. I'm relieved to hear that. If there's anything you need from me or the Divine Cliff, just let me know, Yang Yutian said with a smile. Yang Yutian said with a smile. He was in high spirits. Ever since he became the Cliff Lord, every time he felt that the Divine Cliff was about to rise, something big happened to deal a blow to his confidence. This feeling of being in the sky for a while and falling into the abyss the next moment was really unpleasant. The two chatted a little more before Zhou Xuanji left. Zhou Xuanji returned to his residence and found that only Xiaochan was left. Xiaochan told him that Bai Suwen had been taken away by the Nine Heaven Divine Snake Clan. The Nine Heaven Divine Snake Clan even advised him to leave the Wanshan Great Thousand as soon as possible. Is there really no hope for this Great Thousand world? Xiaochan asked anxiously. Everyone in the world was in danger, and she was no exception. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. Pack your things and prepare to leave with me." Xiaochan was a little stunned and quickly began packing. Zhou Xuanji took out the 24-rank deep black lotus and asked Daoya Old Man and Jiang Shui to gather all the Emperor Sword Court disciples. That afternoon, he came to a wasteland with Xiaochan. With the 24-rank deep black lotus in his right hand, he waved his left hand, and 1,000,000 Emperor Sword Court disciples appeared in all directions. Zhou Xuanji flew into the sky and looked down at all the Emperor Sword Court disciples, saying, "The Wanshan Great Thousand is in turmoil. It's time for Emperor Sword Court to come out. From today onwards, we will lead by example and travel the world to promote the sword's way." Nearly 600 legendary swords appeared around him and circled around him. It was a majestic sight. Do you still remember Emperor Sword Court's motto? Zhou Xuanji cried out loudly. The million people below were instantly fired up. Help the world with the sword. Save the world with the sword. The million disciples roared in unison. Their voices shook the clouds, and Xiao Qian opened her eyes wide. Even the divine cliff city, which was not far away, could hear them. It was the first time for the Emperor Sword Court disciples to come to the upper realm. They were extremely excited and shouted with all their might. Follow me. Start training with the sword now. Zhou Xuanji turned around and flew toward the horizon. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Zhou Xiaoxian, Chen Bantian, Lin Changge, and the others all flew into the sky. They practiced their swords while following Zhou Xuanji. Since the Heavenly Saint War began, Chen Bantian, Lin Changge, and the others returned to the northern wilderness region and dared not to wander around anymore. Now the entire court gathered together and advanced together. Chapter 554. Xiao, Xiao, swoosh. The million Emperor Sword Court disciples danced with their swords as they advanced. The sound of their swords tearing through the air gathered together and resounded through the sky, shocking everyone. Zhou Xuanji walked at the front. Apart from him, Jiang Shui, Xiao Qian and Daoya Old Man, the others were training their sword techniques. As for the little black snake, Chongming Demon Monarch, Zhou Xiaoqi and the other demons, they remained on Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji spoke the Great Tao's voice as he advanced. His voice of the Great Tao could only be considered as a beginner. It could not be as magical as the old immortals. Its only use was to let the disciples maintain a peaceful state of mind, so that they could practice without distracting thoughts. At the moment, there were more than 8 million people in Emperor Sword Court, and there were 2 million official disciples. Hence, their team was only a part of Emperor Sword Court. Millions of people practicing their swordsmanship together, it was a grand sight. In less than a year, the Sword Emperor's promotion of the Sword Tao had spread throughout the Wanshan Great Thousand. Use the sword to support the world. Use the sword to save the common people. Emperor Sword Court recruited disciples wantonly, causing the number of people in the Sword Path Army to increase. Especially now, when the Wanshan Great Thousand could be destroyed at any time. Not all living beings had the ability to escape the Wanshan Great Thousand. Huddling together gave them the greatest sense of security. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's Great Tao's voice could calm everyone's hearts. This was incredible. For cultivators, the state of mind was the most important. If there was a problem with one's mentality during cultivation, it would be easy for one to go berserk. When Venerable Daojing spoke about the Tao, the vast majority of creatures could not understand, but once they heard his voice, they would calm down and even gain enlightenment. This was the divine sound. The Great Tao's voice was more advanced than Saint Voice, but it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was not high enough. On the path of promoting the Sword Tao, there were disciples breaking through in their cultivations every single day, and it was an extremely magnificent sight. The name of Emperor Sword Court was officially established in Wanshan Great Thousand. 8 years later, the number of disciples behind Zhou Xuanji exceeded 5 million. 5 million people were practicing their swordsmanship while moving forward. It was a spectacular sight. Every disciple felt their blood boiling, and no one dared to slack off. The living beings passing by were also shocked. Unknowingly, Emperor Sword Court had already condensed its power. It was a kind of indomitable momentum that could break through the clouds. Unstoppable, Zhou Xuanji continued to preach the Great Tao's voice. He did not feel tired at all, and instead, he was full of energy. His mental state also began to be enlightened. The Tao was in the heart, and the Tao was in every living being. Taos could also be fused together. The Wanshan Great Thousand's spiritual qi was very dense, and the Emperor Sword Court's disciples' cultivations were generally weak. Thus, the 1 million disciples at the very beginning had already improved by leaps and bounds. They were already used to internalizing qi with their swords. As he swung his sword, all the pores on his body opened and closed, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. This feeling was even more comfortable than meditating. On this day, 2 figures walked over from the front. They were Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shenzong. Shi Shenzong looked at the majestic army in the distance with a complicated gaze. He admitted that he was inferior to Zhou Xuanji, but the speed at which Zhou Xuanji became stronger was just too ridiculous. In comparison, he felt that he was extremely mediocre. Sword Emperor, I am Sword Saint Gu. Can you spar with me today? If I lose, I will join Emperor Sword Court. Gu Jianzun held his sword with one hand and shouted. His voice was like a great bell, covering the sound of 5 million people practicing swordsmanship. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless as he raised his right hand and pointed towards the sky. The 5 million disciples stopped and looked at him curiously. Numerous sword shadows appeared in the sky, rapidly increasing in number until they covered the sky. 5 billion sword shadows. The swords pointed downwards, and everyone was dumbfounded. What divine ability was this? 5 billion sword shadows were so many, and there were gaps between them. Each sword shadow was glowing with a faint white light, and when they were gathered together, they gave off an immense pressure. Sword Saint Gu and Shi Shenzong looked up, and their mouths were wide open. Shi Shenzong swallowed his saliva. He could sense that each sword shadow contained horrifying power. What kind of magic energy could unleash such a vast divine ability so easily? Sword Saint Gu came up to Zhou Xuanji suddenly and half knelt. He cupped his fist and said with a deep voice, "From today onwards, I, Sword Saint Gu, am willing to take the Sword Emperor as my leader." Facing such a powerful Sword Emperor, he was completely convinced. Boom! The army at the back was in an uproar. Other than the first million disciples of Emperor Sword Court, the others were all from Wanshan Great Thousand. They had heard of Sword Saint Gu's name before. Such a powerhouse in the way of the sword was convinced by Zhou Xuanji, even before the battle began. Help the world with the sword. Meng Tianlang suddenly raised his sword and roared. His voice was loud and clear. More than 5 million disciples were instantly fired up. They raised their swords and shouted, "Save the world with the sword." Supporting the world with the sword. Using the sword to save the world. When Sword Sovereign Gu heard this deafening sound, he didn't feel humiliated. Instead, he felt relieved. Zhou Xuanji's talent in the way of the sword was publicly acknowledged to be unparalleled, and his cultivation had already surpassed his own. He really wanted to know why Zhou Xuanji was so powerful that he could not bring himself to visit him. However, as Zhou Xuanji traveled the world and promoted the way of the sword, his reputation grew, and he could no longer sit still. He understood that if he didn't come now, it would be difficult to curry favor with him in the future. Shi Shenzong came behind Sword Sovereign Gu and half-knelt as he cupped his fists towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji lightly laughed and said, "Very good. From today onwards, you are all disciples of Emperor Sword Court." Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shenzong's identities would not be considered for now. He would make his decision after the Sword Dao promotion event was over. He believed that he would meet even stronger existences in the future. The news quickly spread to all corners of the world. Gu Jianzun was scared into kneeling by the sword Thearch's divine art. Everyone who heard it could not believe it. The vast majority of living beings didn't know the specific power divisions in Hunyuan heaven. The elders were respected, and Sword Sovereign Gu's status had always been higher than the Sword Emperor's in the hearts of all living beings. But after this incident, everything changed. Zhou Xuanji was no longer the most powerful cultivator in the Center God province, but the top swordsman in the Wanshan Great Thousand. The Sermon army was still advancing. After Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shenzong joined, they were also attracted by Zhou Xuanji's Great Dao's voice. They found that listening to Zhou Xuanji's voice as they trained with their swords was quite profound. I was right to come. The master and disciple were in a good mood and began to study the Sword Dao. They were surrounded by sword cultivators. Even though there was a huge gap between their cultivation levels, they could still discuss the way of the sword. Such an atmosphere was rare in the world. Even those Sword Dao sects had never gathered so many disciples to practice the sword together. "How long do you plan to last?" Jiang Shui asked curiously. Her face was filled with admiration. Her man was simply too dazzling. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Until I travel the entire Wanshan Great Thousand, until I stand at the peak of the Great Thousand world." He could clearly feel his luck increasing as he recited the voice of the great Tao for so many people. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen if he kept talking. There was one thing that he could foresee. That was Emperor Sword Court would reach the peak of the Wanshan Great Thousand. As the Sword Emperor and Emperor Sword Court's fame grew, the major factions in the various provinces could no longer sit still. If this went on, Emperor Sword Court would really appear out of nowhere and fight to dominate the world. Chapter 555. Sword Chi facing the east, witnessed the sun and moon. Sword Chi facing the west, overturned the surroundings. Sword Chi facing the north pierced the horizon. Zhou Xuanji walked at the front, and his great Tao's voice continuously entered the ears of millions of disciples. They walked on the mountainous terrain, and at a glance, the entire mountain was filled with Emperor Sword Court's disciples practicing their swords. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Huang Lianxin, Lin Changge, and the others practiced their swords in the air. Their postures were elegant and graceful. Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shenzong walked on the ground. Although they did not practice their swords, they were thinking about the way of the sword. Although Zhou Xuanji's words were filled with lies and were not very useful, his voice was really mystical. It calmed everyone who heard it. This feeling made Sword Sovereign Gu feel as though he had grasped something, but he was not sure what it was. Shi Shenzong had the same feeling. Although the teacher and disciple did not communicate, they understood each other. From now on, they began to pursue Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji began to let out the other disciples in the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus. Only those with a certain level of cultivation could participate. If ordinary people entered without permission, they might be shocked to death by Emperor Sword Court's sword might. In the blink of an eye, another 9 years passed. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 300 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained. Overturning Heaven Great Brilliant Day. God Slaying Divine Heron Jiao 3. Saint Essence Violet Pill. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, which made him squint his eyes. Overturning Heaven Legendary Sword. A legendary sword that was even more powerful than Heaven Essence. Above it were Connecting Heaven, 9 Extreme, and Primordial Desolation. Zhou Xuanji's power was already at the pinnacle of Connecting Heaven, so he was not too surprised by the Overturning Heaven Legendary Sword. But he still had to verify it. Sword name, Godlike Great Brilliant Skygrade. Overturning Heaven description. A sword that the owner of fate can wield. It can draw upon the will of all living beings under its control for battle. The more fate it wields, the more powerful the legendary sword. Sword of Fate? Zhou Xuanji was interested, and immediately took out the sword. The hilt of the sword was made of silver-white crystal. The blade was exquisite and was 1.5 meters long. Under the sunlight, the blade glowed faintly, making it look dazzling. An idea popped into his mind. He suddenly stopped the voice of the Great Tao. The voice of the Great Tao that had been going on for 9 years suddenly stopped, causing the 8 million disciples of Emperor Sword Court to be stunned. At this moment, all the disciples' swords began to tremble. What happened? My sword. My hand can't hold it down. Could it be an enemy attack? The disciples all panicked, and even Gu Jianzun found that his sword was trembling uncontrollably. He locked his gaze on Zhou Xuanji, who was in front of him. He had a feeling that it was definitely done by Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji suddenly raised his great brilliant sky, pointing his sword towards the sky. The 8 million Emperor Sword Court disciples also raised their swords. Swordmaster Haki. This was a divine ability that Zhou Xuanji had learned a long time ago. He could control swords within a certain range, and adding on the emperor's might of a first-class great emperor. Even someone as powerful as Sword Sovereign Gu would not be able to stop him. He used the godly power of Great Brilliant Heaven to fuse his fate with the fate of Emperor Sword Court's disciples. Today I will teach you a sword technique. Chasing wind, chasing shadow, Zhou Xuanji said. His voice was loud and clear, and it was like heavenly might, causing those who heard it to feel shaken. He started to swing his sword, and the 8 million disciples also started to move. After so many years of tacit understanding, all of the disciples were quite far apart from each other, so they would not accidentally injure each other. Zhou Xuanji's speed was not too fast, but it was not slow either. In fact, to most beginners it was very fast. Chasing wind, chasing shadow, after reaching great accomplishment, could unleash immense power. Even though he did not like to use it, he could teach it to others. All of the Emperor Sword Court disciples were shocked, including Jiang Shui and Xian Daoya. A single person was training the entire court? Heavens! The Sword Emperor is too powerful. Just how high is Grand Teacher's cultivation? I feel like he's even more powerful than when I was training by myself. He's too domineering. I can't resist at all. Ha ha ha, if this goes on, won't we be able to train a peerless sword technique without feeling tired at all? I really want to kneel down and kowtow to Grand Teacher. The 8 million Emperor Sword Court disciples were all shocked, and the beings who had come to watch from the horizon were also given a big fright. No one in the world could compare to such boldness. Sword Sovereign Gu could not control himself, and also swung his sword, inwardly marveling. This boy's attainments in the way of the sword were simply too high, to the point that he could only look at them in the dust. Shi Shenzong felt quite complicated, and his impression of Zhou Xuanji in his heart started to change. He had truly gone from a competitor to a grand teacher. After training chasing wind, chasing shadow, Zhou Xuanji's speed suddenly increased, and the 8 million Emperor Sword Court disciples also sped up, causing the entire court's aura to change. Zhou Xuanji had forcefully turned a set of sword techniques into a sword formation. The Emperor Sword Court disciples' blood surged, and they felt an indescribable feeling. That was aura. By relying on Dayo Heaven, he was able to connect the fate energy of everyone. They were like a family. There was not a second fate sect in the entire Wanshan Great Thousand who had this kind of fortune. The beings watching from afar were all shocked, and they quickly spread this news. The Sword Emperor used his qi to lead the 8 million disciples to train in the sword. There were even people who said that even if a pig joined the Emperor Sword Court, he would be able to learn profound sword techniques. Emperor Sword Court's reputation grew, and more people went to search for Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji taught the disciples about the Great Tao's voice as he led them to train. After 100 times, he deactivated the Sword Master Haki and recalled Great Tao's voice. All the disciples felt like they were in a dream. They continued to train instinctively, and were pleasantly surprised to find that they had already learned chasing wind and chasing shadow. Zhou Xuanji's position in their hearts was elevated to the highest point. No one had any other thoughts about him, because of his age. He was definitely the person with the highest attainments in the way of the sword in the Great Thousand world. 5 years later, Emperor Sword Court's forest exceeded 10 million, and they were walking in the desert. Even though there were few people around, each disciple persevered in their training. Zhou Xuanji walked at the front. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his aura was not obvious. Jiang Shui sighed in amazement. They are all becoming more powerful. Even I want to train. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said with a smile, "You can go back and cultivate. If you miss me, I will move you over." Jiang Shui nodded. She had accompanied Zhou Xuanji for more than 20 years. With her help, the third-generation disciples began to help receive the new disciples, and she no longer needed to intervene. After that, Zhou Xuanji sent her and Xiao Chan into the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus. As for Xian Daoya, he had gone back a long time ago. At first, he felt that it was spectacular and exciting, but after a while, he became numb to it. He still felt that drinking and eating in Skyfall was more fun. After sending them back, the expression in Zhou Xuanji's eyes changed. He felt 5 very powerful auras coming at him at an extremely fast speed. He immediately took out Demon God Tianwu and stood in front of him. At this point, there was no longer a need for him to hide Demon God Tianwu. After all, he had 2 Demon God bodies. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 556. Xiao. Xiao. Swoosh, 5 ear-piercing sounds came, and 5 muscular silhouettes landed on a hill 1,000 meters in front of Zhou Xuanji. They were draped in loose red robes, their long hair fluttering in the wind, and their faces were covered in green demon masks. There were both men and women, but their true faces could not be seen. Don't be nervous. We are here to invite the Emperor Sword Court to participate in the Heavenly Ancestors' All Heavens Tao Feast. The tall figure in the middle spoke with a hoarse voice that carried a gust of wind that blew towards Emperor Sword Court. Heavenly Ancestor? Zhou Xuanji was confused. Who was that? Over 10 million Emperor Sword Court disciples looked at each other, including Sword Sovereign Gu, who was also very curious. The Heavenly Ancestor is one of the 9 saints. He will hold the All Heavens Tao Feast in 1,000 years, and invite all the sects and families of the Great Thousand Worlds. Although the Emperor Sword Court has just risen, the Heavenly Ancestor values your potential. You can join the All Heavens Tao Feast. He waved his right hand, and a purple gem the size of a fist flew over and landed in Zhou Xuanji's hand. 1,000 years later, when the voice of the Heavenly Ancestor comes out from the gem, you can gather the disciples of Emperor Sword Court and crush this gem. The Heavenly Ancestor will use his supreme power to move all of you into the All Heavens Tao Feast. There is no limit to the number of people. If you have 1 billion disciples, you can also bring them. After saying that, the 5 of them soared into the sky, burrowed into the clouds, and vanished without a trace. Zhou Xuanji played with the purple gemstone in his hand and was in deep thought. Why did the whole sect have to attend the All Heavens Tao Feast? The first thing he thought of was luck. Heavenly saints only fought for providence, and the providence of a faction concerned every member. He had to ask old ancestor Hongshi later. After thinking about it, he put the purple gem into the supreme storage and continued to talk about the great Tao's voice. The tens of millions of disciples followed along to practice their swordsmanship. Although the disciples were curious about the All Heavens Tao banquet, they managed to capture some information. That was, they could also participate. Feast of Heavenly Saints. Just thinking about it made him excited. However, in order to be safe and not make a fool of themselves, they had to increase their strength. When Zhou Xuanji lectured about the Tao, the spirit qi of the heavens and earth would gather towards him. Apart from Zhou Xuanji and Sword Sovereign Gu, everyone else's cultivation was improving, including Shi Xinzong. Zhou Xiaoxian came up to Zhou Xuanji and asked excitedly, "Father, bring us along when the time comes." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Then you must work hard on your cultivation. After 1,000 years, you must reach the void extreme immortal stage." Is that possible? Zhou Xiaoxian was infuriated. She clenched her teeth and said, "You're only 305 years old, and you're already so powerful. Even reaching heaven realm cultivators are nothing in front of you. And I'm only a void extreme immortal at the age of 1,000? Who are you looking down on?" Zhou Xuanji chuckled. "I look down on you." Zhou Xiaoxian almost went crazy. Fortunately, Huang Lianxin came to comfort her in time. "Master, why are you always angry at her? She's your daughter." Huang Lianxin rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji and said angrily. She had watched Zhou Xiaoxian grow up and saw her as a daughter. She couldn't bear to see her suffer. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and replied, "I didn't get to where I am today because of talent. Furthermore, he would not be able to win in terms of talent." Huang Lianxin understood that setting Zhou Xiaoxian too high of a target would only make it easier for her to go to extremes. Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips and went back to her sword practice. Huang Lianxin shook her head and laughed as she followed. Even though Zhou Xuanji was talking to them, his great Tao's voice did not stop, causing many disciples to sigh in amazement. There was still a long way to go before the millennium. Zhou Xuanji planned to continue. He did not have any requirements for accepting disciples. But other than official disciples of Emperor Sword Court, no one else could receive any supplies from him. However, his great Tao's voice was already a great serendipity for the new disciples. As for Zhou Xuanji, he could sense the growth of his fate. He believed that when his fate reached a peak, his cultivation would break through as well. The sooner he reached Universe Heaven level 18, the sooner the old immortal would give him a surprise. In the next few years, Emperor Sword Court was attacked one after another. Zhou Xuanji's fame grew, and the other factions in the Wanshan Great Thousand naturally did not like it. Those powerhouses understood what Zhou Xuanji wanted: fate and the position of overlord of the Wanshan Great Thousand. When his Emperor Sword Court had a certain number of people, they could overturn the Wanshan Great Thousand. After all, Zhou Xuanji's power had already been proven. Below the heavenly saints, who could defeat him in a one-on-one fight? These factions sent their powerful cultivators to deal with Zhou Xuanji, but all of their magic energy was drained by Zhou Xuanji, and they were killed on the spot. After battle, Zhou Xuanji got closer and closer to Universe Heaven Level 16. Meanwhile, Emperor Sword Court's morale grew. Each of the powerful cultivators had their own fame, but before Zhou Xuanji, they were extremely weak. Now his 9-soul fusion technique no longer needed a long cooldown time. Moreover, his battles were quick, which reduced the consumption of his soul energy. However, some enemies could only be dealt with by demon god Tianwu alone, so he could not absorb the enemy's magic energy. And so, the news of demon god Tianwu becoming Zhou Xuanji's avatar spread. The Sword Emperor's name was gradually deified. It was still the same sea. Thunderclouds billowed above. Xian Daoya looked at the sea and said with gritted teeth, "If we don't act now, Zhou Xuanji will really overturn the heavens." He could not understand what the higher-ups of the great Emperor Dao Court were thinking. Zhou Xuanji had already shown his threat. Even powerful cultivators like the demonic Emperor and Duyushan were defeated by him. If this continued, Zhou Xuanji might become a saint. The heavenly law Violet Qi did not appear for a day, which gave Zhou Xuanji time to grow. What's the hurry? Wanshan Great Thousand will be destroyed for sure, and Zhou Xuanji has to protect it. He's dead for sure. The great Emperor Dao Court's current mission is to withdraw all our spies and resources and find a new territory. Do you understand? The voice in the sea was a little angry, as though it was angry at Xian Daoya for being so rude. Xian Daoya was so angry that he laughed. Absolute again. You always have to rely on others to deal with Zhou Xuanji? Xian Daoya almost exploded in anger. Just when he was about to speak, a figure leaped out from the sea. This was a muscular man with a bare upper body. His hair was like wet kelp. His skin was green, and there were 2 sharp horns on his forehead that were slanted upwards. Seeing him, Xian Daoya took a step back instinctively. A look of fear appeared in his eyes. "Xiaohu, why are you here?" Xian Daoya asked anxiously. His voice was trembling. Xiaohu looked up slowly, revealing a hideous expression. His eyes were purple and had no pupils. He stared at Xian Daoya and said with a deep voice, "Shut up. I will eliminate Zhou Xuanji." His aura was like a bull, as though he would go berserk at any moment. Xian Daoya held back his surprise and asked, "When?" Xiaohu snorted and said, "Now." After that, he disappeared on the spot. Xian Daoya smiled as though he could already see Zhou Xuanji's death. He liked Zhou Xuanji a lot, but this brat hated him. The voice in the sea came again with a hint of displeasure. "Have you completed your task? In at most 100 years, the great Emperor Dao Court must retreat from the Wanshan Great Thousand. I hope you can focus." Chapter 557. The oppressive Wanshan Great Thousand became more exciting because of Emperor Sword Court. Everyone forgot about the heavenly saint's anger and focused their attention on Emperor Sword Court and Sword Emperor. Use the sword to support the world. Use the sword to save the common people. The Sword Emperor had declared that he would protect the Wanshan Great Thousand. It was as if he was declaring war on the heavenly saint. For the majority of living beings who could not escape the Wanshan Great Thousand, the Sword Emperor was their only hope. However, the other major forces did not think so. More and more experts attacked Emperor Sword Court, wanting to weaken Zhou Xuanji or directly kill him. But soon, they found that Zhou Xuanji was getting more and more powerful as he fought. Not long ago, Zhou Xuanji had broken through to Universe Heaven Level 16, in front of tens of millions of disciples. He had not even encountered a heavenly tribulation, which made everyone dumbfounded. This matter also became a legend. Most of the living beings thought that it was just a rumor. On this day, the great Dao's voice continued. Zhou Xuanji was teaching Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others about their confusion in the sword's way. As Emperor Sword Court grew stronger, the initial disciples would be suppressed sooner or later. The foundation of the Great Thousand Worlds was different from that of the mortal realm. When many disciples joined Emperor Sword Court, their cultivation had already reached a level that Xiao Jinghong and the others could only look up to. In this regard, what Zhou Xuanji could do was to promote the old people as much as possible. As for the newcomers, they were not assigned any duties for the time being. This was to give the old people some time. His actions were also remembered by the old people. Actually, the original disciple was already very grateful to him. If not for him, these disciples might not have been able to come to the upper realm for the rest of their lives. As long as he could follow Zhou Xuanji, he did not care about any treatment. In the upper realm, no matter how bad the treatment was, it would definitely be better than in the lower realm. 100 miles away, Qiuhu stood on the peak and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a tight frown. His body trembled slightly. What's going on? Why does he make me feel so dangerous? Is it because of demon god Tianwu? He muttered to himself with a strange expression. He wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji directly, but when he came close, he instinctively sensed danger and did not dare to get close. Wait, there's another demon god's aura on him. How is that possible? Qiuhu's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly turned to look at him, causing him to immediately disappear. Millions of miles away, Qiuhu landed on the hill still in shock. He kept panting and gritted his teeth. Idiot! What a fool! He was not cursing Xian Daoya, but the leader of the great Emperor Dao court. And it allowed Zhou Xuanji to grow to where he was now. Fortunately, he was not reckless. He took a deep breath and turned to leave. He moved forward at full speed and disappeared into the horizon. 7 days later, Qiuhu came to the old immortal's Taoist temple. He knelt in front of the gate and said, "Senior, I met a person called Zhou Xuanji. He has the aura of 2 ancient demon gods. Can you help me divine his background?" His tone was respectful, completely different from when he was talking to Xian Daoya. The old immortal's voice floated out from the Taoist temple. He is destined to become a saint, and he will be the overlord saint that I told you about before. Hearing this, Qiuhu's expression shook, and he revealed a look of disbelief. Overlord saint? That was impossible. Even the 10 great demon gods couldn't do it. But that kid could? His heart raced and a chill ran down his spine. At the same time, he is the one I have chosen. Sooner or later, he will leave the heavenly Tao, said the old immortal again. Qiuhu suddenly raised his head. Zhou Xuanji was actually. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. He gritted his teeth and said, "So that's how it is. I know what to do now." With that, he bowed to the Taoist temple and left. On a grassy plain with no clouds in the sky, Shi Shenzong came up to Zhou Xuanji with an awkward expression and asked, "I want to learn how to form multiple sword souls at the same time. What do I have to pay?" He comprehended sword souls before Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji had already surpassed him in sword souls, which made him feel ashamed. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Have you forgotten? You are my sword slave." Shi Shenzong was a little stunned and smiled bitterly. After the Battle of the Divine Cliff, he parted ways with Zhou Xuanji and was chosen by Sword Sovereign Gu. He wanted to come back to look for Zhou Xuanji, but the time was too short, and he had yet to learn it. Until today, he had yet to learn it, but his revered teacher had changed sides and became Zhou Xuanji's disciple. He felt very helpless and ashamed. He was too embarrassed to talk to Zhou Xuanji all these years. Zhou Xuanji did not make things difficult for him and told Shi Shenzong the gist of sword souls. Shi Shenzong was quite confused, but he was too embarrassed to ask further, lest he looked stupid. At this moment, a figure walked over from the front. Zhou Xuanji turned around with a solemn expression, and the great Tao's voice was cut off. More than 14 million disciples were stunned, and they all looked forward at the same time. Qiuhu walked over. His figure was domineering and his aura was terrifying. Just by walking over, he gave off boundless pressure. Enemy. All the disciples had mocking expressions on their faces. He actually dared to come alone. He was really courting death. Not good. It was Qiuhu. When the heavenly Tao was created, the first tiger was born with destiny. Gu Jianzun exclaimed, his voice full of fear. Whoosh! More than 14 million disciples were in an uproar. Who in the Great Thousand World had not heard of Qiuhu's legend? That was in existence of the same generation as the demon ancestor. Qiuhu suddenly came up to Zhou Xuanji, standing 10 meters away from him. Zhou Xuanji looked at him calmly without any fear. The 9-soul fusion technique was already in place, and he was just waiting for the other party to die. Boom! Qiuhu suddenly knelt down, his knees causing the ground to shake and the grass to collapse. He said in a low voice, I, Qiuhu, am willing to take Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji as my master. I hope the Sword Emperor will take me in. His voice was sonorous and firm. Silence. The entire world fell silent. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Especially Sword Sovereign Gu, who was instantly dumbfounded. Did he see wrongly? Qiuhu came to join him voluntarily? Zhou Xuanji stared at Qiuhu and asked, why? Qiuhu's aura was somewhat familiar to him, as though he had encountered it somewhere before. This brat must have spied on him from afar. Recently, he could always sense someone scanning him with his divine sense. If not for the distance, he would have found out those perverted fellows long ago. Because I feel that you will surpass the heavenly saints sooner or later, and surpass the heavenly law, Qiuhu said seriously. Just when he finished speaking, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck beside him, and blasted a large hole. Divine retribution. His expression did not change, and he remained calm. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Such a bootlicker. I like it. Good. From today onwards you will follow me, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. And Qiuhu became excited immediately. Seeing how excited he was, Sword Sovereign Gu could not understand. You are a great senior at the beginning of the world. Can you not care about your image? To prevent Qiuhu from playing any tricks, Zhou Xuanji asked demon god Tianwu to watch over him. But he was not angry at all. Instead, he observed the demon god's body with interest. The news of Qiuhu joining Zhou Xuanji spread quickly. This news shook the world. Qiuhu was almost invincible below the heavenly saints, and yet he joined a junior, who was 300 years old. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 558. Who is Qiuhu? The first tiger since the creation of the heavenly law, the ancestor of all tigers. His seniority was the same as the 10 demon gods and heavenly saints. He was one of the most ancient beings in Wanshan Great Thousand, and he actually became the disciple of a junior, who was only 300 years old. Even though Zhou Xuanji was powerful, he was still too young. When the world heard about this, their first reaction was disbelief. The news spread like wildfire. Within half a year, everyone knew about it. In an inn, PFFTT, Xian Daoya vomited a mouthful of blood, which stained the diners at the opposite table. He quickly got up and walked up to a young cultivator. Grabbing his shoulders, he said with a deep voice, What did you say? Qiuhu became Zhou Xuanji's disciple? How can it be? What a joke! The young cultivator struggled instinctively, but realized that he could not. It's true, he said with gritted teeth. Qiuhu is already by Zhou Xuanji's side. He even helped Zhou Xuanji kill a few enemies. He struggled with all his might, but Xian Daoya's hands were like pincers. He could not shake them off at all. He was terrified in his heart. Could he have encountered an evil cultivator who was bedeviled? Xian Daoya came back to his senses. He loosened his grip and began divining with his fingers. The cultivators in the inn fled quickly out of fear. It's true. Why is it like this? Xian Daoya's expression was unsightly. He almost could not breathe. With his understanding of Qiuhu should not be pretending to become Zhou Xuanji's disciple to seek an opportunity to kill him. This guy was too straightforward. He did not listen to anyone in the great Emperor Dao court, and even dared to talk back to the leader. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He suddenly felt that the great Emperor Dao court could not protect him, and would die before Zhou Xuanji. No, I must leave immediately. Xian Daoya made up his mind to escape from Wanshan Great Thousand. As for the great Emperor Dao court, they could all die. A bunch of stupid pigs who had lived for countless years. They would be killed by Zhou Xuanji sooner or later. He cursed in his heart. He could no longer maintain his composure. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji was already 333 years old. Emperor Sword Court had more than 20 million disciples. Among them, there were more than 1 million Heavenly Revolution Golden Immortals, 5,000 Void Extreme Immortals, 100 Heavenly Law True Gods, and a few Universe Heaven Immortals. Most of them came to worship Zhou because of Xuanji's fame. Which cultivator doesn't have a flying sword? Moreover, the sword was the king of all weapons. There were many sword cultivators at least in the Wanshan Great Thousand. With Qiuhu holding down the fort, fewer people came to find trouble with Emperor Sword Court. In the past 3 years, everything had been peaceful. Zhou Xuanji now had more than 800 legendary swords. He still only had one overturning sky-grade sword, but the Thunderclap sword had already leveled up to disaster-releasing grade. With so many disciples in need of a breakthrough, the Thunderclap sword could be upgraded. He let the Thunderclap sword float in the air to help the Emperor Sword Court avoid the calamity, causing the disciples to exclaim in admiration. On this day, Zhou Xuanji felt an itch in his eyes, and he suddenly saw a crack in the demon realm heart. Xian Xianghua had come out. Thinking about this, he left demon god Tianwu behind and said to Qiuhu, "Bring me to the demon world." Qiuhu nodded. He waved his right hand and swept Zhou Xuanji away with his magic energy. With his cultivation, it was not difficult for him to travel through the demon world. After living for so long, he definitely knew where the demon world was. After a while, Zhou Xuanji and Qiu, who came to the demon realm, he traveled underground and headed toward the demon realm heart. "Master, are you going to find the demon realm heart?" Qiuhu asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji nodded calmly. Without a word, Qiuhu activated his magic energy and brought Zhou Xuanji to the demon realm heart. At this moment, the demon realm heart was filled with cracks. The demon ancestor was frowning in the air. Seeing Zhou Xuanji and Qiuhu, he said with a deep voice, "Zhou Xuanji, what do you want now?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "I'm here to pick someone up." The demon ancestor said coldly, "I don't care who is inside. She has already transformed into the demon realm heart. She cannot leave." His body grew taller, until he was hundreds of meters tall. The demonic qi dissipated, revealing a muscular body that was not inferior to demon god Tianwu. The demonic armor on his body was filled with power. It was as though he could destroy the demon realm with a single punch. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "What if I insist on taking her away?" Qiuhu stepped out and locked his eyes on the demon ancestor. His eyes were filled with murderous aura. They were of the same generation, so there was no reason for Qiuhu to fear the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor was an ancient demon god, but Zhou Xuanji had 2 ancient demon gods. Other than that, there was an even more horrifying old senior supporting Zhou Xuanji. Qiuhu looked at the demon ancestor with pity in his eyes. The demon ancestor saw through his eyes and felt very uncomfortable. What kind of demonic power did Zhou Xuanji have to make Qiuhu so loyal? Hee hee. A strange laughter came from the demon realm heart. It was Xian Xianghua, but her voice was very strange, and it sent shivers down their spines. Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 turned around and saw a pair of gigantic purple eyes in the demon realm heart. They were extremely alluring. "From today onwards, the demon realm belongs to me. I'm the Heavenly Law Demon Lord, the leader of all demons." Xian Xianghua laughed wildly. Zhou Xuanji covered his face. He understood that Long Aohua had returned. Boom! The underground space shook violently, and a thundercloud gathered above the demon realm heart. Heavenly lightning struck down and landed on the demon realm heart. Is this a tribulation? Zhou Xuanji was curious and waited patiently, but the demon ancestor could no longer sit still. He slammed his palm toward the demon realm heart. Since he could not get the demon realm heart, no one else could either. "You're courting death." Qiuhu quickly blocked in front of him and used his chest to receive the palm. Boom! The demonic qi exploded. The demon ancestor's face was hideous. "Qiuhu, are you really going against me?" he said coldly. Without a word, Qiuhu punched toward the demon ancestor's face. The two powerful cultivators began fighting immediately. The fist and palm collided, and the two bounced back at the same time. The next second, they began fighting wildly around the demon realm heart. The demons wanted to destroy the demon realm heart, while Qiuhu tried to stop them. Neither of them could defeat the other. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. He was curious about how powerful Xian Xianghua would be after she became the heavenly law demon lord. As for whether Xian Xianghua would harm him, he was not worried. This old demonic woman could harm anyone but him. Time passed. As the battle between the demon ancestor and Qiuhu began, the underground space began to collapse. Xian Xianghua was still laughing wildly and seemed to be very excited. The heavenly lightning struck the demon realm heart. The demon realm heart shrunk visibly. At the same time, deep in the universe, the golden-eyed man with 3 heads and 6 arms levitated in the starry sky as though he was sleeping. He opened his eyes suddenly and flew forward. Far ahead, 4 heavenly saints were guarding the place. They'd stopped here for the sake of guarding against existences outside the heaven Tao. They opened their eyes and took out their enchanted artifacts. Inform the other heavenly saints. Heavenly Lord Xiantai said with a deep voice. Another heavenly saint immediately waved his right hand, and a golden beam of light flew out. Chapter 559. Zhou Xuanji did not know what was going on in the outside world, but he already had some concerns. The old immortal said that once they used the power of their eyes, they would be attacked by the primordial ancestor's enemy. He immediately sent a telepathic message into the demon realm heart. Don't use the power of your eyes. The primordial ancestor tricked us. He has an enemy that surpasses the heavenly saints waiting outside. Xian Xianghua heard him, and immediately shut up. Although she was arrogant, she understood that no matter how powerful the heavenly law demon lord was, he could not surpass the heavenly saints. The demon ancestor was furious. His aura grew more violent, and even Zhou Xuanji, who was at universe heaven level 16, could not withstand it. He had no choice but to use the 9-soul fusion technique to merge demon god Nanming into his body. The underground space collapsed violently. Zhou Xuanji resisted with his celestial energy, and the rocks that came close were turned into ashes. The demon realm heart grew smaller and smaller, and it shrank faster and faster. The dark clouds of heavenly lightning dissipated. Soon, when the demon realm heart was less than 3 meters tall, it shattered and turned into countless sparkling crystals. Xian Xianghua revealed herself. She was still wearing a purple dress, but her facial features had become somewhat bewitching. Her eyes had become somewhat blood red, and her lips were so red that it seemed as if they were about to drip blood. Coupled with her purple eyes and peerlessly beautiful appearance, she gave off a boundless charm and an extremely dangerous aura. Universe Heaven Level 2. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. This old demonic woman's cultivation grew so quickly. He was not disappointed. He was 300 years old, and he was already at Universe Heaven Level 16. This old demonic woman was already 10,000 years old. The two of them were not on the same level of talent. Xian Xianghua ignored the demon ancestor and Qiuhu and walked toward Zhou Xuanji. She came up to him and touched his face. Your eyes are so beautiful just like mine, she said with a faint smile. Until now, Zhou Xuanji's eyes remained purple. The people from Emperor Sword Court were not too curious about this, and they guessed that it was because of his breakthrough in cultivation. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji looked even more intimidating in this state. How do you feel? Zhou Xuanji asked. Xian Xianghua smiled in high spirits. Fortunately, he was not a man, or else he would have deserved a beating. She raised her chin slightly and said proudly, Very good, unprecedentedly good. My cultivation will continue to grow, and I will surpass you soon. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, Is it that mystical? Xian Xianghua said proudly, I am the master of the demon realm. The qi of the demon realm is fused into my body. I can even refine the demon realm and make it my own independent world. It sounded very powerful. The demonic world was larger than the center god province, yet it could be refined. Zhou Xuanji could not help but feel happy for her. This was indeed a great opportunity. Boom! The demon ancestor rushed over and wanted to kill Xian Xianghua. But he was kicked away by Qiu Hu. Qiu Hu displayed his domineering aura and roared again and again. His aura was even more berserk than the demon ancestor's, and he could actually suppress the demon ancestor. Who is he? Xian Xianghua asked in astonishment. Someone could suppress the demonic ancestor and listen to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji replied, Qiu Hu, the first tiger when the heavenly law was created. He's called the tiger ancestor. Have you heard of him? Xian Xianghua narrowed her eyes. She had naturally heard of it. Whether it was in the Center God province or the demon world, Qiu Hu was a legendary ancient existence. His seniority was not any lower than the demon ancestors. No wonder he could fight evenly with Qiu Hu. How did you subdue him? She asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said with a smile, He came to me himself. He said that the great Emperor Dao Court sent him to kill me. But when he saw me, he realized that we were both disciples of an old senior. So he changed his allegiance to me. Xian Xianghua was very curious about that old senior, but she did not ask further. After that, Zhou Xuanji turned around and charged toward the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor was a huge threat and must be eliminated. Or else, he would always be worried about Xian Xianghua. With the 9-soul fusion technique activated, Zhou Xuanji's power was no weaker than the demon ancestor and Qiu Hu. Seeing that he was coming, the demon ancestor turned around and charged toward him. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He took out all of his legendary swords and activated Sword Dao rules. Swoosh! The demon ancestor's pupils contracted. Before he could react, his body was penetrated and exploded into a mist of blood. His massive body did not explode immediately. He looked at Zhou Xuanji in terror and said with a trembling voice, This is... Qiu Hu was frightened too, but he was glad in his heart. Fortunately, he did not attack Zhou Xuanji back then, or else he would have ended up like the demon ancestor. Zhou Xuanji did not explain, but came up to the demon ancestor in one step. He took out the 24-ranked deep black lotus and tossed it toward the demon ancestor's head. The demon ancestor was surrounded by the legendary swords and could not dodge. The green radiance of the 24-ranked deep black lotus enshrouded him and immobilized him. The 24-tier deep black lotus was a treasure to deal with the demonic emperor. Although the demonic emperor was not as strong as the demonic ancestor, he was not far off. Moreover, the demonic ancestor was heavily injured. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. Demon ancestor, since you don't want to give up, then die. All the divine swords emitted a strong light as they prepared to kill the demon ancestor. Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, the fiend ancestor immediately bequeathed his soul and transformed into a golden beam of light that vanished into the tumbling rocks. Kill him, Zhou Xuanji ordered, and Qiu Hu immediately gave chase. He kept the demon ancestor's body into the Tianxia map. Xian Xianghua came to his side and said in amazement, Little Lang Jun, you are really getting more and more powerful. Her eyes sparkled with extraordinary splendor. Even after becoming the heavenly law demon lord, she was still inferior to Zhou Xuanji. She was not disappointed. Instead, she was still very excited. In the vast starry sky, the 8 heavenly saints stood side by side. Each of them was injured, and they looked ahead fiercely at the golden-eyed man who was covered in golden flames. There was a gigantic hand above the golden-eyed man's head. It was like a black shadow, and its palm was facing him, ready to snatch him away at any time. He looked up and said, I will not destroy the heavenly law. I only want to capture one person. The gigantic black shadow hand did not dissipate, but continued to hover above his head. What is this guy's background? Old ancestor Hongshi said with gritted teeth. He suddenly understood why Sage Daojing left. This guy must have escaped. Bastard. How dare he hide it from me? The other heavenly saints looked terrible too. They could not do anything to him, even if they worked together. How powerful was he? Could he be the legendary Overlord Saint? If you don't agree, then I will stay here forever. I will kill whoever dares to come out, including the heavenly saints. The golden-eyed man continued to speak. His tone was calm, but it was filled with a soul-freezing murderous intent. Facing his threat, The gigantic black shadow hand was still unmoved. 3 breaths later, the golden-eyed man retreated 10,000 miles and sat down with his legs crossed. The golden flames on his body burned intensely, and next, he turned into a massive sun. The heavenly saints looked at each other in dismay. They all felt pressured. If this guy stayed here forever, wouldn't they be unable to come out in the future? Humph. Let's see how long he can wait. A heavenly saint snorted coldly. He was not afraid of a competition of patience. Chapter 560. Beneath the Demon Realm. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "Emperor Sword Court is still waiting for me." Xian Xianghua smiled and said, "Naturally, it's to enslave the devil world. You can go back first. In the devil world, I can quickly become stronger. Don't worry. I will lay low for a period of time. When I become invincible, it will be time for the devil world to change its name." The arrogance in her tone was about to break through the heavens. Zhou Xuanji smiled and did not speak further. Soon, Qiuhu returned and said angrily, "That brat escaped. Only he dared to call the demonic ancestor that kid." Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "Don't worry, let's go back first." Qiuhu nodded. He immediately waved his hand and swept Zhou Xuanji away with his magic energy. After they left, Xian Xianghua's smile gradually became crazed, and her beautiful eyes flickered with the light of ambition. With a sway of her body, she turned into a wisp of demonic qi and burrowed into the rock. Back in the Wanshan Great Thousand, Emperor Sword Court's disciples were all training with their swords or discussing the way of the sword. None of them were in a rush, and they patiently waited for Zhou Xuanji to return. After listening to the voice of the great Tao for decades, their state of mind had been greatly improved. Zhou Xuanji and Qiuhu landed at the front of the army. He said loudly, "Continue advancing." Zhou Xiaoxian came over and asked curiously, "Father, where did you go?" Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told her about his trip. Of course, he did not mention anything about the primordial ancestor. "Wow, Aunt Xian is going to become the ruler of the demon realm?" Zhou Xiaoxian asked in surprise, her face full of admiration. In her heart, Xian Xianghua was the strongest woman. In the past, Zhou Xuanji had to rely on Xian Xianghua's protection. Zhou Xuanji stretched out his hand and knocked her forehead. "Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. I won't allow it. Cultivate with me." He snorted. Zhou Xiaoshuan's mouth twitched, but she was still very excited. She quickly found Huang Lianxin to discuss this matter. The journey to promote the way of the sword continued. The sound of the great Tao rang out again, sacred and dignified. As he walked, he placed the Holy Light Redemption sword into the Tianxia map to heal the demon lord's body. In order to prevent the fiend ancestor from having any backup plans, he simultaneously used the soul division technique. If he succeeded, he would have the avatars of 3 ancient demon gods. If he used the 9-soul fusion technique, his strength would increase even more. Another dozen or so years passed, and the number of Emperor Sword Court's disciples exceeded 20 million. The procession that promoted the way of the sword was majestic and incomparably magnificent. Now, Emperor Sword Court had become a phenomenal storm in Wanshan Great Thousand. Unlike in the beginning, many living beings came to pledge their allegiance every day, and there were even people who traveled across several large states to rush over. Every disciple was very far apart from each other, causing the group to occupy an area of several hundred miles. There were even people practicing with their swords in the air, and sword qi filled the space between heaven and earth. Zhou Xuanji and Qiuhu led the way. Looking down from the sky, the entire Emperor Sword Court was like a majestic long sword, advancing with great momentum. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 350 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, through heaven unparalleled ancient asunder rainbow sword. Extreme nirvana joy. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he could not help but narrow his eyes. The heavenly sword had finally appeared. As for the 9 extreme divine sword, it was probably already at the level of a sky saint. Then, the information of the history asunder sword appeared in front of him. Sword name: Ancient Asunder Rainbow Sword Grade. Connecting Heaven description. A legendary sword that can cut through the river of history. One must be at least at Connecting Heaven level 1 to use it. Cut through the river of history? It sounded very powerful. But what was the river of history? Wasn't it an abstract concept? Zhou Xuanji thought about it and began to receive the extreme nirvana joy. A massive wave of memories flowed into his mind. This was a sword technique divine ability. It could reverse a desperate situation. But the more enemies there were, the more powerful the reversal would be. After Zhou Xuanji understood, he felt that this divine ability was very similar to world reincarnation. It could reflect the enemy's magic energy. The difference was that extreme nirvana joy could reverse a desperate situation, not just magic energy. As for its exact power, he had to test it out when he was in a desperate situation. He suddenly called Sword Sovereign Gu to his side and asked, "Is there a suitable place to stay in the Wanshan Great Thousand?" After walking for so long, he felt that it was time to stop. The disciples of Emperor Sword Court needed some time to settle down. To the east, there's a mountain range 2,000 miles away. No powerful cultivators live there, Sword Sovereign Gu said. Sword Sovereign Gu muttered. Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked toward the east. Mountains stretched to the end. These mountains were barren and had very few plants. They looked very desolate. He immediately walked in that direction, and the majestic group of Emperor Sword Court's disciples followed him in a different direction. They were very orderly and did not mess up their formation. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. He took out Great Brilliant Sky and used Sword Master Haki to train the 20 million disciples. This time, he was training the ancestral dragon sword. If 20 million disciples turned into dragons together, how majestic would that be? Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. As the sun set in a stronghold, Gu Tianxia sat facing the south with his legs crossed. He was cultivating an energy technique. Zhou Xuanji's revered teacher, the old beggar, walked toward him suddenly with a solemn expression. "Brat, don't just cultivate like a fool." The old beggar grinned. Having heard him, Gu Tianxia opened his eyes in confusion. Evidently, they had known each other for a long time. There was no estrangement between them. Gu Tianxia asked, "I keep feeling that something is wrong with this divine ability. According to its qi circulation route, it still cannot produce the effect you described." The old beggar smiled proudly. "Of course. If you want to learn this divine ability, you need to go to the void." He walked to Gu Tianxia's side and whispered into his ear. Gu Tianxia opened his eyes wide and breathed rapidly. His eyes were burning with passion. He stood up and bowed to the old beggar, before leaping up and disappearing into the clouds. The old beggar stroked his long beard and smiled. "This brat's talent is really horrifying. I feel that he's even more powerful than Zhou Xuanji. Interesting." He smiled for a while before turning around to leave. This stronghold was located at the top of a mountain. The mountain was sliced off by Gu Tianxia's sword, and there were hundreds of buildings. The people who lived here were all Gu Tianxia's disciples. All of them were talented and extraordinary. The old beggar came here 10 years ago. He found Gu Tianxia and expressed his intention to take him as his disciple. Back then, Gu Tianxia snorted disdainfully and even attacked the old beggar. In the end, he was subdued by the old beggar. Especially after knowing that the old beggar was Zhou Xuanji's revered teacher, Gu Tianxia respected him even more. Zhou Xuanji was actually his successor. His ultimate treasures, the Tianxia map and world Buddha art, were in Zhou Xuanji's hands after all. The old beggar came to a large tree that he planted himself. It looked like a willow tree, and Northern Nether Sword Devil Su Qing sat under it. His eyes were lifeless like a puppet. When he walked up to Su Qing suddenly said a word, "Xian." "You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.